Which one of you was it? No need to be shy. I've just got to take down a record of your name and face. Come on, step forward. Aha! I thought I recognized you. I ill like that look in your eyes. 'Tis queerly brazen for a poor. Most of your kind have eyes blanker. There's aught different about you, though. Worry not, vessel. 3 days here, and you'll be longing for death's sweet embrace. Come along, you feckless dullards.
I drew the short straw with this watch. Mayhap I'll treat myself to a tipple before bed.
about? Get a move on!
Do your injuries pain you? Pray, do not overexert yourself. This is no place for one of your ilk. You ought not anger the Overseer. Let us proceed.
The best quality is sold.
Not sure how much longer I can hold out.
Time for you to get to work.
I'll have an early supper.
You are prepared to work. Then you ought begin.
I'm surrounded by winches on all sides.
The vicinity is quite cluttered. Pray leap! Our
A job well done. Now the next step is to... What is this commotion? Perhaps we ought to investigate.
What am I to do? Excuse me?
What is this commotion? The fundamentals of using a bow are proper distance. Careful. If your foes should draw too near, counter them with a well-aimed kick. Boulders, barrels, and the like can make effective weapons for the clever combatant.
Are you unharmed?
Consign it!
You ought flee while you can. After all, your charge awaits you. You cannot linger in this place forever.
Come this way. Let us flee.
We're lost, John. That is the omen.
No one could survive a fall from this height. Not even a pawn. Don't just stand there, but shoot it down! It's getting away! Bring it down! Bring it down!
Go now, lost soul. Learn all you can of this world you must protect.
Pray, keep your distance, Arisen. Worry not for me. The brine may swallow me whole, but I will not perish. There is a stone not far from here, known as a rift stone. Pray, seek it out. If you're truly the Arisen, then our paths will surely cross again.
Oi! Are you all right? What happened here? A griffin appears one moment and falls the next. And now you stand before me. Was it you then? The one who was riding on its back? It is a wonder you survived. Accompany... Where exactly is this jail you say you escaped from, anyway? I've never heard of such a place. There's certainly naught like that here in Vermont. Could it be you were held in the neighbouring country of Batal? Nay, I suppose that's unlikely. We've been estranged from Batal ever since the war. It is difficult to imagine any citizen of Vermont being sent there. Fine! Goblins! Let's take up your weapons, sir. You'll be needing it. If you find your strength lacking, imbibe a curative or have a bit of green orange. When one of the fiends comes for you, best guard or dodge, else you'll be sore on the mark. There are oft items to be scavenged from the bodies of Have you beheld the dragon as yet? I've not, and I count that a blessing. All I know for sure is that 'tis a beast e'er more fearsome than a griffin. One need only look to the miserable state of the village of Mel to see that. We can but hope that the Sovereign will rid us of it ere long. No mean feat, to be sure. But that's the Sovereign's duty, isn't it? The dragon rears its ugly head. The Sovereign appears among the people and steps forth to challenge it. I dare say Vermont owes much of its prosperity to the Sovereigns who have served it over time. Though, personally, I'm just glad to know we've got someone looking out for us.
Welcome, Arisen. We pawns have long awaited your arrival.
What is this? Pawns? They bend the knee to you so readily, but then... No. Surely you cannot be the Arisen.
You seek the Riftstone, do you not? We can take you to it. Pray, come this way. Before you stands a Riftstone. "'Tis a gate by which we of the Pawn Legion may cross o'er into this world. Pray, summon your pawn. Simply paint with your mind's eye the loyal attendant whom you would have serve you.
pawns are known as Crossers of the Rift. When we return, it is our duty to use our from this day forth.
Well, I'll be. You truly are the Arisen, then. Surely there's only meant to be. The Watchhead would know what to do. I suppose we'll save any further questions till... What? Mayhap you could make for Melv, then. The Arisen is said to bear some...
Unexpected there so well.
Hail, Arisen. Pray, ask aught you wish. Nomads, we are oft called. Born in other worlds, we travel here by means of the rift stones that we might aid you, Arisen. However, I cannot speak as to our true nature, for I know of it not. None of us do. Rift stones are gates that connect this world to a multitude of others. By their power have we crossed into this world. And when our mission is done, by their power shall we return to our own. 'Tis the name given to fate's chosen, even with your memories lost to you. Very well. May...
The best quality is sold now.
I am attentive and loyal, and prefer to remain by your side.
It will be an honor to serve by your side.
Leave the finding of equipment-enhancing materials to... Ah, good. I see the...
Everyone's as tired as I am.
Like it or not, I must go where duty calls.
You summoned a...
My only object is to live to a...
Fancy a gander?
Talent
I
serves.
find goods for sale. Well met. Much obliged.
Not buying? That's just as well. Better to be selective than wasteful. The Arisen is ever prudent in the application of coin.
Hoy there. My pa always used to say, aye, being armed, you should stop by the inn in Melve if you get the chance. No hard feelings if you prefer it. They've much more to offer.
We must rest. Though the... A moment long awaited. I knew 'twas only a matter of time before your skills reached a new height. There's no discipline that steadfast devotion cannot teach.
If you seek to restore your memories, Master, methinks a trip to Melve might be just the thing. I can guide you there, if you wish.
We're running low on everything. From provision, we've had a hard time procuring. I sent Marcus to gather what we... What say you? Could I trouble you to run an... Glad to hear it. Here, he ought to be somewhere and in the know, and he'll take care of the rest.
A treasure chest. Shall we see if we can't make our way over to it?
I know precisely when a curative is needed, Master. You'll never fall in battle so long as I'm around.
Tis not brawn and might that win the day.
Please dispense with the formality.
Must hold out till someone comes to me.
Hail. We've had to start sending...
Is that so?
Lachlan.
Aye, I expect...
Ricardo.
What?
This is the first army... Say, you seem stout. You've my thanks.
Let us make haste, that no life may be lost on our account.
Fancy a gander? I find goods for sale.
That reminds me. The Arisen has chosen to fill our ranks with women. We've got goblins!
I enjoy tackling fierce foes, and...
You are in need of healing. Allow me. Wait a moment. That was well fought. There's no one standing who might say otherwise. We mustn't allow ourselves to become complacent. Take each trial as it comes.
you? You come to aid me. See, Phil and Enrique sent me to watch the back, okay? It's not the first time Is that all of them? Yeah, I've only just enlisted. You saved me this time. Well, I'd best be heading back.
We'd best report back.
Sir. I don't know about you, Master, but
Hey everyone, I just decided to do my character a little bit. So, this is at the beginning. The reason why I chose to be an archer instead of thief or a warrior or a swordsman, I like to protect my allies from afar. And archery is a protecting way.
Hail, friend. Many thanks for aiding Ricardo. 'Twas a relief to see him return, and none the worse for wear.
Aye, that it was.
It was a bit too early for him to be seen. We'll be extending his training period.
Speaking of training...
Ooh.
We have found a material.
That's everything. Boy, did you need something? This is from Sir Geoffrey, is it? Let's have a look then. Why? He wants these as... Why should I have to do all this on my own? I've got plenty to carry as tis. Say, and make haste. Well, go on.
We'll not find anything if we don't start looking.
Okay. Goodbye.
Ah, I'll take that. We might find a use for it.
time
No
we press
problem.
done, wouldn't you say, Master?
How goes it? Have you gathered everything on the list yet? Brilliant! On you. Here, take this for you. I'll be heading back to the encampment now.
Our results are awaited. What say we make our report?
Much for me.
I'm dead on my feet after today's training.
Oi, many thanks for... As I hear it, you even assisted him in... Anyway, you've been a great help.
Our efforts have seen the encampment resupplied, and Sir Geoffrey with one less care. A good... Well said.
Thanks for that.
Begging your pardon, sir, but I'm on...
You don't look like much.
I trust all's well.
Have a gander at my wares. Don't regret it. Pleasure doing business with you.
Okay, let's see.
Well met. Well met.
Okay, let's see.
After all of his efforts to try and undermine her and spread gossip about her husband, and also she seems to be just plugging along there. She's going to hang in there and be the last woman standing, depending on what happens. It's probably a good gamble.
You know, we have a lot more to talk about in this story, but I want to stop for 1 second to go to Sam Stein. And Sam, feel free to talk about, if you want to talk about...
Always a pleasure.
Less donors and
I do.
200,000 less, if you have any theories on that. But I just want to stop for a second.
We so enjoy stocking up on supplies. The longer the journey, the more supplies we'll require. I quite agree. There's a ladder here. We ought to put it to good use.
If you're playing at a...
I'm dead on my feet after today's training. Begging your pardon, sir, but I'm on...
No sense letting the enemy gain the upper hand. The early griffin gets the worm, as they say.
Mm.
financial woes, anything can happen. But you look at Nikki Haley and the fact that she outraged Trump last month, and you look at Trump, and this is something people love to talk about. Oh, you know, Biden's base isn't as excited as they should be. I'm pretty sure over the last 7 years, just look at data.
Goblins approach! We have no means of exploiting our enemy's weakness.
Perhaps this will seem of little consequence, but some masters rearrange their party at the drop of a hat. One such arisen dismissed me after only half a day of service.
Each to their own.
Staggering number you cited from the Financial Times outlet report. In the second half of 2019, Donald Trump had 740.
Just yonder looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients. Shall we see if there's aught to be found while we're here?
He had 516,000 donors. Contrary to that, Joe Biden has his number of donors up a bunch since 4 years ago at this time. So, yeah, I mean, you're right. Donald Trump is asking his voters, asking his base to fund this self-proclaimed millionaire, to fund his legal bills. That's what the money goes to, and it looks like a lot of people are saying, that's not really what I'm in this for. I don't want to give my money so that you can pay off all these more than $500 million now if you add it all up.
Russia is a gas station masquerading as a country. It's kleptocracy, it's corruption, it's a nation that is really upon oil and gas. As a country, it's kleptocracy, it's corruption, it's
So, but McCain was right.
that is really
The problem was, we were wrong. McCain knew that Donald Trump was not right for president
military assistance to
as well.
so they can defend
What was that? Think about it. The purposes back then, okay, most people don't know that most of the presidents in the past were warriors, soldiers.
His economy and his intentions for Ukraine.
I wonder, well, I don't wonder, I actually know, Willie, because
Oh, I already saw this
we
one.
spoke with John McCain.
If John McCain was around, he would tell you, "Are y'all fucking idiots?"
welcome. Be sure to like and subscribe.
Sorry, with a guy
for scary story.
who's been who chose to attack.
Written tales from my personal archive.
Attack innocent people.
Just the way I like it. You have been warned. Story number 1. So, this all started a couple months ago. I'm just a regular...
Mr. Bean actor Rowan Atkinson was accused by the UK's House of Lords of reducing electric vehicle sales in the UK, thereby hindering the UK's quest to achieve net zero.
I will not tolerate such behavior.
The Lords Environment and Climate Change Committee alleges that an article Rowan Atkinson published in The Guardian in June 2023 was one of the most damaging articles, after it was revealed that EV sales last year reached about half of what was predicted by the authorities and the car industry. Moreover, people who buy electric vehicles tend to return to combustion engine vehicles when they purchase their next car. In short, in this article, Atkinson, as a huge car person, wrote that as someone who bought the first electric hybrid 18 years ago and the first fully electric car 9 years ago, he has concluded that electric vehicles are not as eco-friendly as they are described. Besides stating that EVs are a bit soulless, he also wrote that if someone drives a lot in the city with a diesel car, they should consider switching to an electric vehicle. But that is the only scenario in which an EV has an advantage over a combustion engine vehicle. Mr. Bean actor wrote...
I'm your host, John Stewart. This is the third episode. This is my third episode. The first two, very controversial. A lot of discourse around it. A lot of carping back and forth. A lot of anger. A lot of commentary. Tonight, I'm done with it. Tonight is perhaps an amuse-bouche, a trifle. Something light. Tonight, we discuss Israel-Palestine. This. Well, I legally have to read what's in the prompter, so here we go. We're going to take a look in our new and probably never-ending segment. Somehow the audience will, but tonight we discuss Israel-Palestine.
Die Diskussion über Palestine ist nachher durch die Vereinigten Staaten nicht so hart gefüllt wird, was kann wie don't get Hamas to listen to 63 weeks both end or is people outside of expectation to start depression, anxiety, infections, and training comes.
This is an awful situation. We're coming off on 5 months of a brutal bombing campaign brought on by a horrific massacre and hostage-taking, and we seem no closer to ending than the reigns of a couple of Ivy League presidents. This weekend, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu finally laid out his plan for peace.
Benjamin Netanyahu is calling for complete demilitarization of Gaza, as well as Israel taking over securing and controlling entry and exit points to Gaza.
So your peace plan is a siege, a military siege. You really think a military solution ends this cycle?
Victory is within reach, and you can't have victory until you eliminate Hamas.
Oh, okay. But your plan to eliminate Hamas, destroying all of Gaza.
Good idea.
Hamas is that the plural of Hamas? I mean, it's an idea. Palestinian liberation is an idea. Unless you have a bomb that kills ideas. Do you have a bomb that kills ideas? I mean, how long would it even take to bomb the shit out of an idea?
Right. Hey, bro, right?
Weeks away from the war.
He said, do you have a bomb that kill ideas? If there was a such thing as a bomb to kill ideas, no. If there was a bomb that killed ideas, we would not have the nuclear bomb here. We do have a bomb that kills ideas.
Oh, dear God.
No, he's talking about
If you
Dave.
insist on this plan, if you think that ends Hamas, I believe we in the United States have a banner you can use. The United States is Israel's closest ally, Israel's big brother in the fraternity of nations, Israel's work emergency contact. Maybe it's time for the U.S. to give Israel some tough moral love.
This is shameful. There has to be accountability for these war crimes. No targeting civilians in war.
Stop the war crimes and the atrocities and end the
The war today could happen right now.
Right now! Thank you! These atrocities! So I'm being told the administration was talking about Russia bombing Ukraine. I apologize. Also a war crime. But I'm sure they're giving equally stern advice to Israel.
The Biden administration is urging Israel to be much more careful, to be more cautious. How Israel does this matters.
Israel must do more to protect innocent civilians.
We want to see the government of Israel take steps to minimize civilian harm, be more surgical and more precise and more careful.
Hey, Israel! Take it to the match! Could you please be more careful with your bombing? It's good advice. But really, could the United States have told Israel that when we gave them all the bombs?
This is the second time I've watched over you.
This is like your coke dealer coming in with an 8-ball and going, don't stay up all night.
Actually, there's some coke dealers that told I know some coke dealers that told their people this: don't stay up all night. Am I right? Well, guess what? The first people who was doing coke was not us blacks.
You do not remember? Then have you forgotten that you protected me from the dragon's flames?
Okay, here it is. Here the first people who was doing cocaine, businessmen, right? Yeah. The businessman that started been doing the cocaine since the 50s, 60s, but 20s, 30s, 40s, the cocaine was not used as a illegal drug, right? It was a medicine.
You withstood the fire in the
This is an important part of
So
it.
by 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, they became addicted because people, businessmen started doing it.
Perhaps I can find some
It was their
diplomatic
go-to
leeway
drug
in the
to
Hamas.
stay up.
Israel is a country that has no place on our land. We must remove that country. Does that mean the annihilation of Israel? Yes, of course.
I cannot find diplomatic leeway in the Hamas position. Well, this is when to come together and stop this madness.
A resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza has just failed to pass.
A UN Security Council draft resolution to allow aid delivery has been vetoed.
Russia and China used their veto against an American resolution condemning Hamas.
The immediate ceasefire in Gaza has failed. Western nations voted against it.
It was delayed 4 times this week.
Draft resolution has not been adopted.
We are to part.
Why do you even have a f***ing building?
Mayhap you will visit me again someday.
We could use that. We have a housing crisis. What is the United Nations even? What are you, just a support system for a diverse and pleasing food court? What are you?
Excellency, you must be the ruler of Rome. If you claim the same, then I dispatch some...
I cannot be the UN's food court, by the way.
Oh, but forgive me.
It's clearly just a moment on Long Island.
I would not depart without them.
Doesn't anyone care about the suffering of all these civilians? What about a good neighbor, Saudi Arabia?
The Palestinian cause is the Arab world's most important cause. I want to see really a good life for the Palestinians.
Wrong answer. Question.
Thank you.
Better.
And while Saudi Arabia does not accept Palestinian refugees, and Egypt doesn't either, for that matter, the Saudis are the richest country in the region, and they've given...
Zero. Nothing.
Right. On average, about $200 million a year to the Palestinians. Jesus, are you kidding me? The Saudis have given just as much money to Phil Mickelson. I assume to promote the equally important cause of the Mickelsonian people. So Israel The United States, the United Nations, the Arab nations. No one seems to be incentivized to stop the suffering of the innocent people in this region. I didn't want to bring this up, but there is another player. A small religious stardust out of Bethlehem. I think it might have began as a carpenters union, but has got big. Do they have a plan for the Middle East?
There will be the Battle of Armageddon. Jesus Christ is going to sweep over that battlefield and to annihilate that army of 200 million people. The blood will flow to the bridle of a horse.
This is a powerful weapon.
So that's the plan for the Prince of Peace.
Carry tremendous lethal force. It is not how we use this, it's when.
But if the blood goes,
I imagine it would be most beneficial.
wait, the bridle, that's an enormous amount of blood. Unless, are you talking about the mini horses? Because that's still, it's a lot of blood, but more manageable. And adorable.
Well, then, you're the one who saved
manageable. Unless, are we talking about the mini? I am not an equestrian expert.
The blood will flow to the bridle of weep over that battle.
Do they have a plan for the Middle East?
There will be the Battle of Armageddon. Jesus Christ is going to sweep over that battlefield and to annihilate that army of 200 million people. The blood will flow to the bridle of a horse.
Ulrico, now tell me, are you ready? Perhaps you already know this, but registering with... Well now, that won't do.
So that's the plan for the Prince of Peace? Is there something? I am not an equestrian expert. But if the blood goes all the way to the bridle, that's an enormous amount of blood. Unless are we talking about the mini horses? Because that's still, it's a lot of blood, but more manageable.
I am a fighter myself,
and adorable.
Impress me with your prowess, I might be willing to impart unto you some of what I know.
I think we have to get real here. The status quo cycle of provocation and retribution is predicated on some idea that one of these groups is going to go away. And they are not. If we want a safe and free Israel and a safe and free Palestine, we have to recognize that reality. And I know that there is a twisted and much contested history in the region that has brought us to this point. But we are at this point. And anything we do from here has to look forward. So tonight, lucky you, I'm going to do that with not one, not two, but three solutions for peace. Number one.
Along the shores of Pleasant Lake in Maine, 95 Israeli and Palestinian teens are trading rockets for rackets. The goal of Seeds of Peace is to open these young minds.
However, the more powerful the spell, the longer one must thus. A mage is unlikely to last.
Okay, that one hasn't been scaled up yet. And may take longer than we have. Unless we just bring the whole region to Maine. How fast can we make 14 million rackets? But that's just my opening offer. That was just one peace plan, people. Don't abandon me yet. Number two. Let's just ask God. It's his house.
No.
The Muslims, is it the Zorro lack of communication over this past?
Yeah, you forget Jewish, Israel, and Palestinians are basically in because one thing. They have two different gods.
No preconditions, no earned trust, no partners for peace. Israel stops bombing. Hamas releases the hostages. The Arab countries who claim Palestine as their top priority come in and form a demilitarized zone between Israel and a free Palestinian state. The Saudis, Egypt, UAE, Qatar, Jordan, they all form like a NATO arrangement, guaranteeing security for both sides. Obviously, they won't call it NATO. It's the Middle East.
Shall we get some rest then?
The rapture.
And ready for a new day. Come, we've much
We're
to
gone.
eat and order.
In the twinkling of an eye, we're just simply not here.
Truth indeed, sir. But anything is better than the cluster cycle we have now. Because honestly, what is the alternative?
The trump of God sounds and the rapture happens. We're gone. In the twinkling of an eye, we're just simply not here.
Changes, folks. I get so few customers.
Truth indeed,
I
sir.
can manage both roles myself. But enough about me.
Oh, excuse me.
Welcome to the Daily Show. I'm your host, John Stewart, captain of this dying medium. He said, oh, I'm so happy to be here. You know your television is dying. I said, I'm aware, and in fact, I'm contributing to it. You're welcome.
How does Russia have a subway station that normal people use to get to work and home every single day that's nicer than anything in our country? There's no graffiti, there's no filth, there's no foul smells.
Always a pleasure.
Used to get to work and home every single day that's nicer than anything in our country. There's no graffiti, there's no filth, there's no foul smells.
Yeah, you only see the nice area of Russia. Right, bro?
Although to be fair to the New York City system, it was constructed in 1904 out of urinal cakes. By the great engineer Giuseppe Pissa everywhere. Point fair to the New York City system, it was constructed. That's a nice subway. That's a bad. Although to be fair to the New York City system, it was constructed in 1904 out of urinal cakes. The great engineer Giuseppe Pissa everywhere. It's a very nice subway. But the subway, that's only one thing.
So we thought it would be interesting to take a look at a contemporary, modern-day, 2024 Russian grocery store.
Go on.
All right. There we go. So I guess put in 10 rubles here, and you get it back when you put the cart back.
Wow. Yeah. Here the problem was. That does remind me of somewhere. Oh, yeah, United States. We put a quarter in, and
We could make the fruit labyrinth ourselves, or simply pack. To some at Ruiners Apothecary, here in Mel.
Yes, of course. I see it now.
Hello again, sir. Say, have you brought some fruit robbery?
But there's an incentive to return it and not just bring it to your homeless encampment.
I know I've said this before. You're such a dick.
I haven't much to offer on your part. It was a pleasure to recount such good tidings.
I didn't realize America's homeless problem was caused entirely by easy access to groceries. Myself in my house. You put it on wheels. It's so much easier.
Is the grocery cart escalator. This is designed, I'm figuring this out now, where the wheels don't move, they lock on the grocery cart escalator. Look, Ma, no hands.
look, Mom, look, Mom, it's a douchebag.
Okay, Forrest. An escalator for the grocery cart, and the doors open automatically. Oh, mother Russia.
Russia is famous for its bread, which is one thing I can assess pretty well. Look at that. It's fresh, too. Look at that.
I did so enjoy stocking up on supplies. I heard how equipment bursts
Yeah, I really like
later.
Brett.
You have my support.
I hate to think what would have happened if he had found him available.
We really ought to have returned by now. Mayhaps this time I went looking for.
Hey, if being a free speech warrior means you have to bang the occasional sourdough, Nostrovia. Our time is limited. Could you drive home the purpose of your deception on this trip in the most cynical way possible, please?
We didn't pay any attention to costs. We were just putting in the car what we would actually eat over a week. And we all came out around $400, about $400. It was $104 US here. And coming to a Russian grocery store, the heart of evil, and seeing what things cost and how people live, it will radicalize you against our leaders. That's how I feel anyway. Radicalized. Radicalized. Radicalize you unless you understand basic economics. See, $104 for groceries sounds like a great bargain unless you realize Russians earn less than $200 a week. That's the kind of context that a, what did you call yourself earlier? A journalist would have provided. But here's the reality. You fucking know all this because you aren't as dumb as your face would have us believe. If your handlers allowed, you would have seen there is a hidden fee to your cheap groceries and orderly streets. Ask Alexei Navalny or any of his supporters.
That Vladimir Putin's Russia, political repression is everywhere. And hundreds have been arrested for daring to honor Navalny so publicly.
Right. Because the difference between our urinal-caked, chaotic subways and your candelabra beautiful subways is the literal price of freedom. But the goal that Carlson and his ilk are pushing is that there's really no difference between our systems. In fact, theirs might be a little bit better. The question is, why? Why is Tucker doing this? Here's why. It's because the old civilizational battle was communism versus capitalism. That's what drove the world since World War II. Russia was the enemy. But now they think the battle is woke versus unwoke. And in that fight, Putin is an ally to the right. He's their friend. Unfortunately, he is also a brutal and ruthless dictator. So now they have to make Americans a little more comfortable with that. I mean, liberty is nice, but have you seen Russia's shopping carts? And Tucker would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those meddling assassins.
In a statement to the New York Times, Carlson said, quote, "It is and awful. No decent person would defend it."
Correct. No decent person would.
Let's kick things off with Nikki Haley. She made a big announcement today, but it wasn't the one we were all expecting. Some of you, perhaps a few of you in the media, came here today to see if I'm dropping out of the race.
Make haste.
Well, I'm not.
We must leave anon. Good. Then let us be on our way.
Okay, we'll just wait another week then. Do what you want, but it's not a good sign for your campaign if you have to keep announcing that you're not dropping out of the race. Nikki Haley's campaign has reached the guest who doesn't know when to leave the party stage. Republican voters are like, oh, God, I gotta wake up early tomorrow. And Nikki's like, oh, let's start a game of Risk. And if this speech was supposed to convince people that she should stay in the race, I'm not really sure it did. We've all heard the calls for me to drop out. The argument is familiar. They say I haven't won a state, that my path to victory is slim. They point to the primary polls and say I'm only delaying the inevitable. Why keep fighting when the battle was apparently over after Iowa? Just making a really good case against herself. They say my campaign is making everyone sad. That I'm a born loser whose own mother wouldn't vote for her. They claim I have a 14% on Rotten Tomatoes, and I'm not even a movie. Anyway, What are we talking about? Although, look, if Haley wants to stay in, it's her right. If her strategy is to just hope that Donald Trump goes to prison for life, she wouldn't be the only one. Game recognized game. Speaking of Donald Trump, it's been a week now since Russian dissident Alexei Navalny mysteriously died in prison after devoting his life to fighting Vladimir Putin's dictatorship. And Donald Trump honored him in the only way he knows how, by making it about himself.
The former president, for his part, weighed in yesterday evening. What he did was he shared an opinion piece on his social media website that compares President Biden with Vladimir Putin and compares himself with Alexei Navalny.
This is utterly disgusting. And I have to give Trump credit. But even once you can make analogies. He's the double colons and everything. One ready for the head thing too. Yes, it is unacceptable to compare Navalny with Trump. Navalny sacrificed his life for democracy. Donald Trump tried to sacrifice Mike Pence's life to
Mustn't
kill
allow ourselves to become complacent. Take
Damn.
trial as it comes.
further apart than these two. Now, if you're stupid enough to believe that Donald Trump is a courageous freedom fighter like Alexei Navalny, then good news. Trump has a perfume he'd like to sell you. Trump branded cologne. It's called Trump 47, with the former president's head at the top of the bottle. According to the website selling the cologne, it smells of a crisp opening of citrus blends into a cedar heart underpinned by a rich base of leather and amber. The last Trump was underpinned by a rich base of leather and amber. Amber had this in an NDA.
This is generally used as a material. I'm sure we'll find a purpose for it in due time.
Although I love the shape of that bottle. Is that cologne or a vibrator from hell? You think smoking perfume is undignified for the front runner for president? Excuse me. Don't worry, it's not just perfume. Donald Trump introducing a new sneaker line at a shoe conference.
Appearing at the SneakerCon in Philadelphia.
Hey, Sean, rule number one, if you go to SneakerCon in Philadelphia, make sure your shoes look good instead of look like it's painted. Look. Do they look like the shoes painted? And he got booed. Simple. Make sure that you got people who like you, who will buy your shoes from you, right? Like Donald Trump's shoes, it look like crap.
Because
she said that Trump lost, guess what she's called?
You've got Liz Cheney being a female voice of the Republican Party demanding a more moderate approach.
The moderate pro-Constitution Republicans like Liz Cheney.
And you might be wondering, why does it even matter? So what if the media mistakenly calls some conservatives moderates? Sometimes they call my husband my boyfriend's name. It's all just fits in. People love me. It does matter, because the word moderate means much more than just believing Joe Biden won the election. Most people don't think it means not extreme or willing to compromise. So when the media attaches this label to candidates who support abortion bans and endless wars, that makes those beliefs sound moderate, but they're not. And the media should not be labeling them as moderates just because they passed the low bar of not overthrowing the government. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I'm getting emotional about this, but I just believe that having biological conservatives competing in moderate force
A tower? Nay, a statue? We ought to take a closer look.
Every 2 or 4 years, we are reminded that we have a southern border. And it is porous. There's a migrant crime spree killing Americans, and the president's an accessory to
You're
murder.
welcome to take whatever you need from my goodness, Master. I'd gladly see you go where I find a good use.
Criminals, rapists, murderers, child predators, and God knows who else.
Hold here a moment. I shall bet.
God knows who else? I mean, statistically, a couple of them at least.
Who's that
Be
you've got with you,
podcasters.
An original.
Hey, I'm podcasting. I'm going towards the border.
My pants just shit their pants.
Yeah. Yo, I'm making a joke. I'm making a joke because they say it's just shit. Who else? And John Stewart said, "How about podcasters? Oh, a show a podcaster. Hey guys, I'm podcasting me crossing the border illegally."
And arisen. Another pretender, you mean? I see the sun
It is uncertain. This one commands the loyalty of the pawns.
What? Impossible. You know as well
I'm well aware of how preposterous this claim is false.
10,000 plus from Russia.
Record numbers of Chinese men of
All
military
all
age
range.
across our border.
Come, let us pass through the gate.
Showing up. Jerry haircuts. Clearly in shape. So these guys are showing up with 6-packs and military boots.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something. Chinese military men will have 6-packs and covering boots. They will be covering some gym shoes and a t-shirt, and they won't have no military haircut. They will have a regular haircut. There's a difference. You could tell the difference between a military haircut and a regular haircut. If their hair is wavy and stuff, and that's how Chinese can secretly cross the border, right? These guys saying,
I mean, tight asses. I mean, there's not an ounce of fat on these motherfuckers. I am so hard right now. I want to go down to that goddamn border and I want to get ass deep on these immigrants. I want to fucking I want to cash me outside. How about that? Wow. So we got
An ox cart was meant to meet us, yet it is nowhere.
Dirty film. We got criminals. We got terrorists. Is there anyone else else down there we should be worried about?
A fine
Anybody
pasta
ever
harvest
heard
ingredients.
selector?
No harm in picking a few.
He's a nice fellow, but that's what's coming into our country right now.
We already have animal electors.
Wouldn't cannibals amongst them be the solution? Until they get to America. Well, it's clear hyperbole, but there does seem to be bipartisan agreement now that the border is a problem. There were 300,000 crossings in December alone. That's an all-time high, and that is not sustainable. But Republicans turned down the chance to pass a strong border bill supported by the Border Patrol Union because of how confident they are that fear-mongering will be an effective election year strategy. It's all about branding. I call it migrant crime. I really call it migrant crime, but it's too long. So let's just call it migrant crime, and everyone's going to know it's because of Biden. We will call it from now on Biden migrant crime.
It's Donald Trump migrant crime. Because your dumbass. Hold up, you call him Biden saying it's Biden's fault, but actually it was your fault, dumbass. We told you simple. Biden was trying to pass a good law, but couldn't because your followers are acting like little following the leader, the douchebag leader, right?
Now seems a fine time to sort through your belongings, Mister. If you feel no better, mayhap I can carry some things for you.
Call it Biden migrant crime, but actually should have called it, oh, it's my dumbass fault. Right?
Well, it's migrant. Migrant crime. Oh, that's good. That's strong. Migrant crime. Portmanteau. I'm not complaining so about migrant. Really, it just sounds like a migrant who is open to crossing the interstate.
I'll take that. We might find a use for it.
So, there are some undocumented migrants who are committing crimes, some of them horrific. But isn't that true for every demographic, including natives? I feel pretty confident there's still a lot of opportunity out there for our American homegrown criminals. It's enough of an issue that on Thursday, we had ourselves a good old-fashioned border off. As both men saddled up and headed to the southern border. Trump headed to Eagle Pass, and Biden headed to Brownsville. It was bitch-ass Cassidy versus the sundown kid. Biden was fired up for the United States of America. Now, did you know exactly
Is everyone all right? More miles, Dragon's Guild.
United States of America! I take back everything I said a month ago! Lay out your proposal, sir.
I understand my predecessor was an incapacitated. So here's what I would say to Mr. Trump. Instead of playing politics with this issue, instead of telling members of Congress to block this legislation, join me, or I'll join you, in telling the Congress to pass this bipartisan social security bill. We can do it together.
Ladies and gentlemen, the olive branches extended across the aisle. We show a genuine desire to solve this complex and vexing issue.
What's writing home about?
We cannot expect gleaning treasures out of
You
our
know,
own.
it's the blood of countless innocent victims. Oh, that's a no. Seriously though, Crooked Joe. We still going with that? Crooked Joe Biden's crooked. I took the name away from Hillary. Because she was no longer relevant, I guess. Do you have to say everything that happens in your head out loud? In 8 years,
To make them lose their own creation. If that is the lot you're in, 'tis fight or die.
There. You can't scare the Democrats. Because the one thing the Democrats have, principles. When it comes to immigration, the Democrats hold to our country's cherished ideals. The eternal promise etched at the feet of the Lady of Liberty.
Only way we're going to have a great future in America is if we welcome and embrace immigrants. These people are folks that we should help. America welcomes immigrants.
We want people to come here, despite where they came from or despite the circumstances that drove them to this country.
This is a place where the Statue of Liberty sits in the harbor, and we say, bring us your tide, those who are yearning to be free.
Unshakable. Rock. American values of compassion and empathy, and there is not a damn thing that you can do to change that.
Buses arriving in New York City from Texas, one after another. Migrants need asylum.
That's all you got? Change our values because you're afraid. We got plenty of room in our hearts and in this city. What about the yearnings and the tiredness? What about the tiredness of those who are doing the yearning?
110,000 migrants that could feed, clothe, house, educate their children. I mean, they're supposed to be doing our sheets. What's going on around here? It's the kind of poverty for every world that we live in.
Yes, it turns out in the age-old battle between values and fear, values never had a chance. It took 2 busloads of Venezuelans to go from this to this. So this is the terrible cycle America is caught in. Democrats, whose high-minded values and principles did not survive a contact high with reality, and Republicans whose desire to solve the problem of Americans.
Straddles the border. In 2020, Trump only got 12% of the black vote, but this year polls show that he could double that number. And now there might be a way for him to win over black voters without actually having to meet it.
There are growing concerns about the way artificial intelligence could be used to mislead voters ahead of this year's US election. It's emerged that some supporters of the former President Donald Trump are creating and sharing fake images of him with black people to encourage African Americans to back him in November's election.
At first glance, this photo looks real. Only it's not. It was generated using AI technology. It was generated by Trump supporters using AI technology.
I could have done more. I can do no less
I mean, if we're going to be this easily manipulated by
Take a chance,
AI,
yes.
let's
I
just
shall
use
take it
AI
inside.
to support us instead. I mean, at this point, we need to be smarter. I mean, I'm not going to vote for Trump just because I saw a picture of him with a bunch of Asian guys. They do look like they're having fun. I mean, I wonder what they're talking about. Yeah, maybe it does help a little.
Am I the first to notice
No, I don't think I'll worry about misinformation.
Our
But it's pretty
responsible
easy to tell the
benefits are
picture
unique
of
as well.
Trump is AI generated.
I see it as a glad thing. We are well poised to supplement each other's strengths.
Insane, then it's a real picture. But look at this picture. Trump hanging out with black guys. This is AI because it's too normal to be real.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Okay. He said, you say, you gotta listen to this.
Insane? Look at this picture.
Okay.
Okay, here's the trick. If Donald Trump is in a picture and looks completely insane, then it's a real picture. But look at this picture. Trump hanging with black guys. This is AI. It's too normal to be real. But now this photo of him with black people, this is weird. That's when you know it's real. Is that confusing? All right, okay, how about this one? Trump with black people having a good time at a party. It's a pretty normal human activity. Therefore, this is AI. Kanye in the Oval Office shoving his phone into Trump's face. I mean, what the f is even happening here? This is too insane to be real, and that's how you know it's real. There's also other tells, like, check the skin tone. Does his face look like a normal human? That's probably AI. Does his face look like a dish sponge after a chili night? It's real. So that's the rule. You see smiling in front of 3,000 hamburgers. You see staring directly into a solar eclipse. You see tear going off with Middle East dictators. It is real. I hope that clarifies things. Let's begin with the big news. Yesterday was Super Tuesday, the most important Tuesday of the year if you're a nerd. 16 states and territories holding their primaries on the same day. It was the last chance for someone other than Donald Trump and Joe Biden to break through and change the dynamic of the race. Please, Buddha, don't let Biden and Trump dominate the vote. Please don't let them dominate the vote.
President Biden and former President Trump dominate the vote, sweeping nearly all their primaries and clearing the path for a November rematch.
No. The baby boomer death grip continues. Does anyone else have a chance to break through?
NBC News election alert and report, and this is good news for Nikki Haley. NBC News can project that she has won the state of Vermont. It's her first victory of the night.
Yes! Honey voting block. You can build on that, Nikki Haley. 2024, baby. Breaking news this morning, Nikki Haley dropping out of the 2024. Actually, you know what? I need to talk to Nikki for a second. Nikki, I'm sorry. I have no idea why I ever won myself. I was actually rooting for you because I know you were just trying to save the body and the world from Donald Trump. All the other did was shit up. Just giant so bad. Come here again. I'm sorry. Very fast. Because of this whole instance here, you should have done a lot better. Like you should have. I can't stop. Especially the fact that they pushed back a bit of competition for hyperloop. And you know what, America? I don't want to hear you explain it, okay? Everyone knows you how much you want to try to hide it, and then you slowly try to hide it, okay? You say you hate that, but you say everyone lies. And there's no reason to
You have my gratitude. I hadn't taken you for another false arisen. Yet the value you share in kind to our activities, give it to one of the sentinels, then you're free to make your own. Of course, if you'd rather continue to... Well now, the road's blocked. Powerful current ought to set us...
Instead of voting for Biden, a significant protest vote fueled by concerns about his age and support over Israel.
Joe Biden lost American Samoa to a little-known candidate named Jason Palmer, 51 votes to 40.
Hell yeah, Jason Palmer!
I have an ill feeling about
this. Question though, who the f is Jason Palmer? I've never seen this bloated Matt Damon in my life. Somebody who wins American Samoa? I mean, this will be a fascinating guy, but it's just would rather be holding up as a political outsider who called himself an education and tech entrepreneur.
Look at pass, hot pass. I don't need another generic white guy tech entrepreneur. Okay? No thanks. I can't believe this is who Sid from Toy Story became. But as boring as this dude was, if you watch his campaign video, you'll see that he had one thing going for him. Correct pronunciation. Hello, Falava. I'm Jason Palmer, American Samoa. I'm asking for your vote in the Democratic caucus on March 5th. Yeah, American Samoa. I also can pronounce it correctly. Just like when I visited Chile and Barcelona, where I ate a croissant.
Here's the cart now.
That's how
You intended very well.
If you say that name correctly, you'll sweep the vote. But still, how can you be so popular in American Samoa when no one else is here in the mainland?
Walking everywhere is certainly tiring. But there,
I've never heard
of them as well. We want to take a closer look.
Very well known.
It seems I've collected a bit
In the mainland, what?
Perhaps I ought to be more selective in future.
This dude is going down there like, hey, I'm the most famous man in America. You guys have the internet, right? Together and voted for this guy as a PR move because they need it. America doesn't give them citizenship of votes. Most Americans don't even know that American Samoa is part of America, even though it's in the name.
The day grows darker.
So they decided to let this guy win the primary.
We shall have to be
Everyone talking about that. Now everyone's saying like, wait, this is a place that's part of America? It's not just a cookie? I mean, we should let this people vote. The CDC just issued new guidance saying that you don't even have to isolate their COVID. Go ahead and keep copying the faces. As long as you feel a little bad about it afterwards. It really feels like no one's trying to avoid COVID anymore. Well, almost no one.
A German man is posing scientists after he deliberately got more than 200 COVID-19 vaccinations. 217 to be exact, over 2.5 years. That's a shot every 4 days, roughly.
Of course, the scientists are wondering what the effect was on him. First of all, he didn't report any vaccine-related side effects at all. Secondly, his immune response did show an increase in immune cells, but not necessarily a better or worse immune response. And finally, guys, he never got SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID.
Sorry, 217 shots, an approach also known as the immune system bukkake. If you laugh at that, you are disgusting. I mean, I know anti-vaxxers are stupid, but let's not overcorrect here, alright? I will say this though, a lot of people did their own research. This man became his own research. That's commitment. And also a nice change of pace to see Germans doing human experiments on themselves. He didn't suffer any major side effects. But sadly for this guy, doctors still haven't found a cure for being weird as to the ongoing crisis in Gaza, where the United States is taking extreme measures to solve a tiny fraction of the problem.
The United States has conducted another airdrop of aid in Gaza Strip. The mission delivered 36,000 meals to the north. But it's still far below the amount of aid needed for the around 300,000 Palestinians who remained in the northern strip after the Israeli invasion.
Airdrops are probably the least efficient and most expensive way to do it, right? But it's a last resort for Israel blocking critical supplies on the ground. Yes, that's right. America managed to airdrop food around a blockade that Israel built with weapons America gave them. That's good, but wouldn't it be better if the United States just told Israel, just move out of the way. We gave you that. We're trying to help people. Get out of the way. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems a lot less efficient than Uber Eats drop food from 1,000 feet up. Or yelling, hey, don't forget to give us 5 stars. Or maybe, I don't know, America should just invent weapons that only fire food and send those to Israel. Just fire burritos. Should add delicious.
Weapons that fire food. That would be amazing to see. Right?
New way to make airport security even more annoying.
This could be the future of airport security. At the TSA's Innovation Checkpoint at Las Vegas International, travelers are testing new self-service technology for the first time. The idea is it's supposed to be like a regular TSA checkpoint, except fewer TSA agents and hopefully streamlined. Everything comes inside your bid. Yes, here.
Well, yeah, that does sound better. Instead of a cop, instead of an agent say, we're going to have to do you ever have this happen to you at the airport? Bro, we're going to have to check you. It happened to me. Well, I have to go to see you. No, I'm making a joke. If that happened to me, I would have told you, oh, hey, bro. You say, hey, what happens? Why are you walking like that, bro? Oh. Kids. I will say, yeah, I was being checked. I was so checked. They were checking me. For what? Well, let's just say it's not good. Oh, what they did? Oh, they checked my asshole. Right? You see me walking like this. So they, yeah. I would say, yeah, I got my ass checked.
We've need of your...
My purity magics are at your disposal. Wait a minute.
Oh, you got check? Yeah, I got check, all right. I got my ass checked. I got checked.
We drove them off. Vernworth isn't far from here. Will you join us the rest of the way? All right? Into the office.
They would say, hey, why are we getting sued? Y'all should get me a cavity search. Oh, man, sorry, sir. I'm suing. Oh, the TSA got a new technology.
Regular TSA, like when you added the Zoom meeting.
Black dude, looking at me quite serious.
I was informed of the conflict that had arisen.
You suing my ass. I'm suing your ass because you get TSA change their ways over the years, technology wise, right? After COVID, so they don't want to get COVID. They said, I want to check them, but nah.
I don't have a what? You're muted. You're muted.
Captain Brett,
Oh, wait,
this
sorry,
individual summoned a
I'm
falling through a rift stunt.
This
Several
isn't
witnesses,
gonna
though
work.
I admit I had
Tell
my
you,
doubts at first.
it's like a work
It would seem
remotely.
this is
These days
no
gonna
mere
be pretending to look for bombs, but they actually have porn open in another tab, right? And even if they still can't stop, what are they gonna do? Order us to tackle ourselves? Hey, I got a solution for you, TSA. It's a new form of technology called open another lane.
Indeed, it follows, therefore, that this rough you must submit to questioning. I shall conduct the interrogation
It
myself.
doesn't even matter what
Stand
TSA is doing, okay? Because the problem is the people. There's always a guy in line holding everyone up, trying to bring a full suit of armor through the X-ray machine.
I beg your
I'm sorry, is this metal? But look, none of it even really matters, because once you get through security, there's a good chance the door will fall off your plane anyway, okay? So, armor through the X-ray machine. I'm sorry, is this metal? Is the people. There's always a guy in line holding everyone up, trying to bring a full suit of armor through the X-ray machine. Sorry, is this metal? Nothing really matters, because once you get through security, there's a good chance the door will fall off your plane anyway. Okay, so.
Oh, damn, that's just wrong.
I had no choice but to treat you as a
Reduce the number of security agents. The New York City subway is getting a shit ton more.
Still.
On the subway, 1,000 members of the National Guard and the state police will join
What the fuck?
transit cops to conduct bag checks and
Holy shit. Probably not the.
Then you have truly lost your memory? In that case, mayhap I ought to explain the situation before we proceed.
Hey, bro. They got the National Guard in New York and state police doing security in the subway system. I say, what the fuck? If I was, if I just came to New York for my first time, well, New York will be my first time coming there. If I see National Guard with guns, I say, what the fuck?
That's you got people taking shit to and putting trash cans. Motherfuckers robbing people on the subway more than beforehand.
You and no other are the sovereign. The only
shit.
Hundreds of this kingdom.
The move by New York's governor follows a reported 45% spike in transit crimes in January.
Oh, 40.
NYPD reminds people it is worth taking their.
Well, okay, I get it. I forgot. I'm from Chicago. I'm from Chicago. We don't have subway crimes in Chicago like New York does, right?
The people rejoice, for our true liege have finally appeared, and in Vermont's long years of council rule. Yet, not all celebrated your coming.
Would you please lower the volume on those headsets that you wear or take them out entirely?
Oh, shut up, Mom. I'm definitely not lowering the volume of my music, okay? You think I want to be alone with my thoughts on public transport? I'd rather get stabbed.
Okay.
Your rival would have robbed the Queen Regent Diesel of everything.
45% spike in transit crimes in January.
During the time of the previous council,
kind of impressive.
she acted as a queen
New York
in her
criminals
own
are the only
way,
ones
ruling
keeping their
the
New Year's
house as
resolutions.
she saw fit. And just after the
Carry the
council's
such
passing,
bags for
when
weapons
'twas
isn't
all
gonna
but
solve it,
certain that
okay?
her son
Because
would
New
take
Yorkers
his
can make a
father's
weapon
place.
out of anything. A bottle, a vape, a day-old bagel.
Reached the council that the arisen had been found.
Okay, anything can be a
Is
shit
that
if you
true?
stab hard enough.
To Disa, your
Okay.
majesty's very existence is naught but
Okay, yeah.
Everyone's keeping their New Year's resolutions.
Okay, here's what he said.
Getting the military to search bags for weapons isn't gonna solve it, okay? Because New Yorkers can make a weapon out of anything. A bottle, a vape, a day-old bagel. It's prison rules down there, okay? Anything can be a shiv if you stab hard enough. Drawing up invasion plans for the sea train just feels like you're playing off people's fears, right? My mom is in Singapore. She's already worried for me here. She thinks the New York subway is a fist fight to the death every day. When really it's only a fist fight to the death only once or twice a week.
Ooh. Sorry, that was funny though. He said fist fight every day. Okay. That was happening during the 90s, early 2000s, right? In Chicago, that was twice that much.
To her own family's continued prosperity.
Hey, what happened to you? I got to a fist fight. I got to a fist fight with this Ku Klux Klan member. So I shiv him. I start stabbing his ass with a metal pipe.
And freedom of the press. It
take the writer and or the publisher.
Thus, Disa chose to abduct your majesty while you recovered from your wounds, in order to rob you of your memory with a fell curse and sell you to Batal as a slave.
And when this person
Following
realizes
that,
that
she prepared a replacement to serve as the sovereign in your stead. However, with your majesty returned, I shall devise some plans to further...
I believe it was Thomas Jefferson who once said, our liberty depends on the freedom of the press. Though obviously, as with any right, there is some wiggle room for non-consensual acts. Don't blame me, that's Jefferson.
Pray forgive me.
Thomas Jefferson. Look it up.
You there! Did you see an urchin in a cap run past just now?
But that's the press. The press are the enemy of the people.
Wretch yet.
How does Trump feel about freedom of assembly? He says,
You're a kind one, aren't you?
just slip them in the
Would
legs.
seem I'm in your debt.
And he's suggesting that that's what we should do, that we should bring in the troops.
Bro.
The commander-in-chief.
Bro, did you know that Donald Trump told him to shoot during his by near his end during COVID and Black Lives Matter? He told them to shoot the Black Lives Matter with in the leg.
Was suggesting that the U.S. military.
In fact, there's more I would ask of you if you've the time to spare.
the streets.
American nation's capital.
Apologies, our chat will have to wait.
No, it would still be free to assemble, just the assembly would be more pile. That's all. But that's just hearsay from Trump's Secretary of Defense at the time. Look, how about the Fifth Amendment, due process?
Very simply, if you rob a store, you can fully expect to be shot as you are leaving that store.
Oh, excellent.
The store shooting a guy on suspicion of stealing a pair of khakis violates not only the Constitution, but the Ten Commandments and the Gap Employee Handbook.
That looks promising. Any ideas as to how we might reach it?
I promise you that is the end of the things in my jacket.
I've
We've had Trump dancing around the former president's rather eccentric interpretations of our country's founding document. May I offer you something more explicit?
Have yourself a look.
I only want to be a dictator for one day.
Just so you know, that is how it starts.
I'm not saying anybody has to do the honor salute. Let's just start with a few people doing the honor salute, and we'll see if the honor salute catches on.
Ignoring the Bill of Rights, tearing up the Constitution, pining for a brief stint as a dictator, well, that settles it. When the good, patriotic, Constitution-loving, real Americans hear Trump's disrespect and disdain for our sacred constitutional principles, they will be outraged.
I don't have Donald Trump as a dictator for 4 years. Absolutely. This country needs it.
Stay up to the White House and commit murder, and I'm with him. If he says it, then I'll go with it. And if he wants to be a dictator, then so be it.
Our packs are heavy.
This is
Our
it.
purses far
The
lighter.
Thomas Nast cartoon.
Welcome to
Patriots,
quality what you
stupid
need
American
if you want to
flags,
survive.
co-signing dictatorship. Remember We the People? You know there's more words after that, right? Smaller font, still binding. Look, if you want to love Trump, love him. Go to the rallies, buy the sneakers. You want to give him absolute power? You want him to be the leader over all?
So if
You
we
want him to
took
have the
Trump to
right
see
exchange? You do you. But stop framing it as patriotism. Because the one thing that Donald Trump is following the tradition of the founders. He is advocating for complete and total presidential immunity. His words, not mine. That is monarchy shit. And it's your right to support it. But just do me a favor for historical accuracy. Next time you want to dress up at the rallies,
Tell us,
wear
Herman was once a beast printing.
and colored coats.
Truly? Indeed. though it is not widely known among the common folk.
Age and mental fitness has been a central part of the campaign, which tends to happen when you're 154 years old, and it's back in the news today.
Special counsel Robert Hur was at a hearing on Capitol Hill today defending his report on President Biden's handling of classified documents from last month, where Hur described Biden as a, quote, sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
My assessment in the report about the relevance of the president's memory was necessary and accurate and fair. In Hur's report, where he declined to prosecute the president, he writes Biden did not remember even for several years when his son Joe died. The joint firing acknowledged the president. Heard that.
It is not tonight to respond.
That's right. This special counsel got a lot of heat for calling attention to Biden's memory problems. Now, look, I'm not going to sit here and say Biden's brain is perfect, but we can just be honest here. Remembering when things happen is hard. I mean, I can't remember dates from years ago, and I'm a young, fit, chiseled, patient, optimistic, Sudoku doing handsome man, you know?
Is more of a word search guy. But no, it's true. Like, I have a really hard time even remembering.
Many thanks.
I can manage, or if I have kids.
I can never remember my husband's birthday.
I can't remember my own birthday.
I can't.
Yeah, I was going to make an appointment with my doctor, but I forgot how to use the phone. Testified about his report today.
Hey, bro, he just made a joke. He made a joke about himself.
And day 1, page 47. You said,
Your Majesty,
to President Biden, you appeared a photographic understanding and recalled the House. Did you say that to President Biden?
No. Those words do appear on page 47 of the transcript.
Photographic is what you said. Is that right?
That word does appear on page 47 of the transcript.
Never appeared in your report, though. Is that correct?
I see you all over your
That does not appear in my report.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt. Some major news out of Great Britain, where the royal family has photoshopped their way to a brand new scandal.
Now to a royal photo scandal that has sparked controversy and conspiracies.
The controversy started innocently enough. Family photo of the Princess of Wales and the smiling children to mark Mother's Day here in Britain. But then it was killed.
At closer inspection, it appears that the source had manipulated the image. There's like little misalignments right between
I slept a.
A skewered zipper on Kate's
Yeah,
jacket.
It's very.
And her blurred
There's a print on the top corner of Prince Louis' sweater there, where the pattern
When you're
doesn't line
sleeping, you forget things.
Princess Charlotte's hand isn't in the right spot.
Yeah, you know, you didn't need to do all that forensic analysis. You know how I know that's fake?
Hey. Oof. How you doing, man?
Too long?
Yeah.
Oh.
How you doing?
Good, son.
I'm doing fine. Just playing Dogma 2.
Wow. Wow.
Lucky I pre-ordered it.
Guess what? The game you gotta get is that Ronin joint.
Yeah, Roland.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know.
That motherfucker's awesome.
Yeah, I know it is, but I didn't pre-order it. I decided.
I got their money for that shit. I'd rather buy some pussy.
Me, it's cost $70, and I didn't pre-order it. I just had to say, Rodent, Rise of the Rodent, or ooh, they give you an England ninja staff, a sword, armor. Yeah, I might need to go get the.
All kinds of shit, dude.
No, I'm looking at the digital deluxe. I might go for it.
Sweet, sweet.
I might do it. I might do it in April.
I'm getting ready to lose my account. I'm getting ready to lose my fucking account.
PlayStation account?
Yeah, I gotta go buy some shit. But I'm surprised I got to say hello to you right now.
Dude, this is.
My trip is up on the 18th. Today's fast now. On Nintendo, everything. I need like
$150 to get it going. It's $80 American just for essential.
The person's trademark line never says halfway.
Or is it worth the 120? Ask me. I don't know. What's your opinion? Is it worth the 120 for the year? With all the bullshit? I don't play none of them games.
Me, I'm going. I still play those games, but I delete it and then and choose to get these games.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's cool to wait to that. But, yeah, it's $80. Plus, I need to do the Nintendo Switch joint. And, so now I'm at 100 something. And I want to buy a fucking couple games. Hard as shit. Even the fucking games are like $70, $80. Goddamn.
Well, because one thing, it's simple. Over simple. Years of simple. The years simple. When COVID happened, a lot of game companies lost a lot of money, and so they trying to gain their money.
And guess what else? I wanted another PlayStation 5, for last year. I can't even find one of them motherfuckers.
Well, simple.
Because of the
Oh,
new
okay.
shit.
Okay, I want to tell you something. Don't go to places like GameStop or
I thought Best Buy, maybe.
yeah. Don't go for those. Go for small stores. Go go towards small stores.
Alright, I'll have to look into that. Because I'm satisfied with what I got. My shit is sweet.
Yeah, I'm
I got the
sci-fi.
fucking
I'm sci-fi. I got a PS5.
VR. Yeah. I got a PlayStation 4 Pro that I'm running on the other side, but that's a totally different animal. So I'm really happy with what I got going on. Well, listen, man, thanks for coming in and saying hello.
Oh no, Barbara.
Appreciate it, yo. Yeah, ain't nobody else, man, checking the fuck in. Fuck them. Fuck. It's a nice day. It rained 4 inches where I was at. And it could have been snow.
Yeah.
It rained.
Can I tell you something?
So it could have been fucking 8 inches of goddamn snow. For real. That didn't happen. It all drained the fuck off.
Well,
Nobody got any
I'm
power.
gonna say this. It happened yesterday. It was snowing.
Where you at though? Yeah.
Yeah, where I was at.
Pennsylvania. How much would you get? You got a
Huh?
shovel?
Nope.
Got a shovel snow?
No, I got an apartment.
Yeah, so somebody else comes out to handle it.
Yeah.
Sweet. Yeah, man, I lucked out, man. It rained for fucking. The rivers overflowed. I thought fucking Moses was coming back or something. Because everything was fucking flooded. And, it stopped. It stopped after a while. I come to find out it was like 3 or 4 goddamn inches of rain. Which could have been 10 inches of snow, probably. So, fuck that. I'm happy. Yeah, I don't have any money for new games right now. But I'm getting ready to get some new fucking games. I like having the disc. But that's what I hear. PlayStation wants everybody to go digital. Once you keep your membership, you can have anything you want. $120 a year though, I don't know. 80, 120, what the fuck? That ain't that much more. You know what I mean? So, I'm trying to decide. But I really don't get the time to fuck around. So I'm not trying to waste, I got all my shit on digital. I got a fucking, exterior hard drive, 2 terabytes. I got a 2 terabyte one inside the PlayStation 5. I shoved it up a cunt. And, my shit is awesome.
Oh, no problem.
Trying to get your mic fixed.
No, I had to get a new. I had to get a new headset.
Oh, damn. You need the whole drawer. How
Uh,
much you spent?
uh, 25. No, wait, 15.
That's not bad. That's not bad, yo. Alright. Now, the one I got that's doing good is my $100 PlayStation 1, and I'm using the mic from that. So it's pretty cool. So, when's the last time you talked to your brother?
Huh?
Your brother. When's the last time you said hello to him?
Uh, my
When did
brother's
you
right
talk to him
by
the
me.
last time?
My brother's with
Is
me.
that right?
My brother
Yeah,
Shinar?
tell him I said hello. Yeah, he's right next to you
Yeah.
in the room.
Yep.
That's fucking awesome. Tell him I said hello, yo.
Oh, okay, I will. Bro, my buddy said hello. He gave you a thumbs up.
Pretty good, dude. So yeah, man, I'm gonna get my grub on. I'm on a bounce. And again, thank you for saying hello.
No problem.
I'm on the side.
Speech.
An ox cart ought to make our journey easier.
Do you believe
Fewer
that
monsters are to be
you
found
some
on the main
responsibility
road,
to
though
moderate
carts
hate
travel
speech
only where the
laws?
sun's light.
They have it, and that's used by great replacement theories of states and Jewish people being oppressed.
We have no means of exploiting our enemy's weakness.
Hours later, Douglas has proceeded to fix red cancer. Now, to be fair, Elon would never really expect to hire someone as decent as he has, thus Jewish great replacement theory. You do wait for the Christmas party to do that, but I'm sorry, between Trump and Elon, when all these macho men become such pussies. Could you imagine complain about the snowflakes and liberal victimhood? When Elon on Twitter, he was like, that's free speech town square people. And then he puts somebody cross-eyed and he's like, the town square is closed for repairs. It's terrible. Teddy Roosevelt's critics shot him during a speech, and he didn't even go to the hospital. Which shows, one, how tough he is, and two, how terrible healthcare was back then. But look, these alpha males today get one tough question, and they start whining like my kid when I tell him he can't watch Cars 2 for the 8th time today. Oh, Daddy, it's not fair. Well, you know what else isn't fair, son? It's not fair that I, a grown man, know all the words to Cars 2.
That's true.
How might I serve you, O Risen? We have been charged with the felling of monsters. Burning the midnight oil, I see. We have been charged with the felling of monsters.
Nothing's coming to me, Master. These opportunities are few and far between.
As I'm aware, and in fact, I'm contributing to it. You're welcome. I did have such a good time last week doing the program, and then...
Oh, I could cook. Look, bro, they got a cooking system now. Cooking system.
Well, we've eaten our fill. What say we settle our stomachs for a few hours sleep? Good sleep is the key to a good adventure.
John Stewart is facing massive backlash from Democrats over his comments about Joe Biden. Overman tweeted, well, after 9 years away, there's nothing else to say to the both side is fraud. John Stewart bashed Biden, except please make it
Spectacular day ahead. Off we go then. Ready to forge on?
Figured out here first. Well, that was on Twitter. Everything on Twitter gets backlash. I've seen Twitter tell Labradoodles to go. So.
Oh.
I just think it's better to deal.
Might I interest you in my humble
an apparent issue to people. I mean, we're just talking here.
And Barry Trump tweeted, not only is Stewart's both sides of the same rhetoric not funny, it's a potential disaster for democracy.
Joe! It was Joe! 20 minutes! I did 20 minutes of the one. Joe!
Hope to see you again.
I guess as the famous saying goes, democracy dies in discussion. Look, I have sinned again. It was never my intention to say out loud what I saw with my eyes and then brain. I can do better.
We have found the materials.
Different combinations of materials result in different creations. No sense letting the enemy gain the upper hand. Nearly gripping against the
In delivering world-class guilty power. Here's why we're doing this. First, because it's our job. We're journalists. Lie about what your job is. You're a journalist. Argue the truth. Disguise your deception and capitulation to power.
For so soon? Why? We seem to have come through unscathed. We mustn't allow ourselves to become complacent. Take trial.
Just out of curiosity, that's you. You're sitting there interviewing, and you don't plan to challenge his utter bullshit. But you don't want to really be that obvious. What do you do with your face? Oh, I see. Okay, so it's not really a straight face, as much as you try to convey a mixture of what appears to be shame, arousal, and I'm going to say irregularity.
Freshly rested as we are, this battle ought to be an honor.
Try not to get hit, lest all that vim goes to waste.
There. Honestly, our strategy is going to work. Understand the key.
And instead of Danzig, a city of Dansk emerged. Then Hitler asked them to give it amicably, but they refused.
I'll go and open the chest.
Of course. You do that. By the way,
A battle avoided is a battle won, I suppose.
Let us defer to the others. You have my support.
Years ago, nobody Polish people were sounded very maybe it's something as simple as the cheesecake for life. I don't know. Actually, some Polish people it takes to change a light bulb, but it's certainly less than the conventional wisdom at that time would tell you. Now we know that Polish people are as smart as anyone. Certainly did not deserve to be invaded by the Germans.
course, accomplished that by marching backwards, so the Poles thought they were leaving.
While in another world, I happened upon a treasure chest rather close by here. Perhaps I could show you the way.
I'd like to give you a little bit of time. Well, this has been an incredible primer. Into the delegate's chance of speaking, of course, to power. Tell me, Tucker, does this master class include field trips?
How does Russia have a subway station that normal people use to get to work and home every single day?
Protect the shipment! Steel yourself! Cut the fields down! Don't let them touch the shipment!
How did this happen? We must have affected the cargo.
Temporary, modern-day, 2024 Russian grocery store.
Our task is complete.
It's free, but there's an incentive to return it and not just bring it to your home with the kid.
I thank you for coming to our record. Look, nary a scrap.
I know I've said this before. You're such a dick. Okay. I didn't realize America's homeless problem is caused entirely by easy access to grocery budget. My stuff in my house, but I didn't have to put it on wheels. It's so much easier.
The grocery cart escalator. This is designed.
Allow me to open your chest.
The wheels don't move; they lock on the grocery cart escalator. Look, Ma, no hands.
Look, Ma, a dick ass.
A fine place to harvest some ingredients. No harm in digging in.
An escalator for the grocery cart, and the doors open automatically. Oh, lovely Russia.
Russia is famous for its bread. It's one thing I can assess pretty well. Look at that. It's fresh, too. Look at that. Come on.
A troubling rumour has reached my ears, and methinks I ought to share it. 'Tis said there is an illness which can contract beyond the rift that inflicts unspeakable harm on those around it. As it progresses, the pawn gradually loses all self-control, and in time will even cease to heed the Arisen's commands. How terrible. We shall have to be alert to signs of the sickness among our number.
If being a free speech warrior means you have to bang the occasional sourdough, but our time is limited. Could you drive home the purpose of your deception on this trip in the most cynical way possible?
We didn't pay any attention to the cost of we were putting in the car what we would actually eat over a week. And we all came in around $400, about $400. It was $104 US here. And coming to a Russian grocery store, the heart of evil, and seeing what things cost and how people live, it will radicalize you against our leaders. That's how I feel anyway. Radicalize.
Will radicalize. It will radicalize you unless you understand basic economics. See, $104 for groceries sounds like a great bargain unless you realize Russians earn less than $200 a week. That's the kind of context that what did you call yourself earlier? Journalist would have provided. But here's the reality. You know all this because you aren't as dumb as your face would have us believe. Perhaps if your handlers had allowed, you would have seen there is a hidden fee to your cheap groceries and orderly streets. Ask Alexei Navalny or any of his supporters.
Vladimir Putin's Russia, political repression is everywhere. And hundreds have been arrested.
arrested for daring to honor Gavaldi so publicly. Right? Because the difference between our urinal chaotic subways and your candelabra beautiful subways is the literal price of freedom. But the goal that Carlson and his ilk are pushing is that there's really no difference between our systems. In fact, theirs might be a little bit better. The question is, why? Why is Tucker doing this? Here's why. It's because the old civilizational battle was communism versus capitalism. That's what drove the world.
Here we go again. You have a knack for drawing the enemy.
Of course. And in that fight, it's an ally. Friend. Unfortunately, he is also a brutal and ruthless dictator. Now they have to make Americans a little more comfortable with that. Liberty is nice, but have you seen Russia's? And Tucker would have gotten away with it if it weren't for those meddling assassins. In a statement to the Mexico is the only evil thing against American and also the person was defended. Correct. No decent person would. I'm not sure what that means. I am. The entire country looks like I'm full. Check this out. This bucket of gummy worms here in Pyongyang, it costs a nickel. Do you have any idea what this would cost me in the so-called United States?
There you go.
Yeah. And who can afford that besides capitalistic American pedophiles? Okay? Maybe you want it, okay? And on the inside, they're sweet. And until America comes up with that, all right, how do we say goodbye in our language?
Goodbye.
As you may know, this country has had some issues with race. Oh, okay. Sphincters are tightening already.
Yon chest is in a place not easy to access. Tis a
That's
vexing
visual race. There was
to
a
see it so
incident
plainly yet
in
not to open it.
1619, and then had a few hiccups since then, but mostly it's been fine. It's all been chilling. It's been chill. Until a couple years ago, another rare bad thing happened to black people in the summer of 2020.
George Floyd's death is sparking a national reckoning. The death of George Floyd sparks this global movement, this racial reckoning.
We here in America certainly had our own racial reckoning in the wake of George Floyd's death. A growing number of American companies facing a racial reckoning.
As America confronts a racial reckoning.
A racial reckoning. It also comes at a time of racial reckoning for the country.
Wow, that's a lot of racial reckoning.
So you guys are finally ready to talk about racial reckoning. We don't want to
don't want to
can
right
see
the
far
wrongs,
to the
I
distance.
just reckon we're going to think about it
It
for
would
a
be a good
bit.
place to take stock of our surroundings.
Well, not to worry.
I quite agree.
This egregious midday murder will not be in vain. Let the work of righting centuries of oppression begin.
Aunt Jemima is being retired.
What the fuck?
By any means necessary.
Freedom of wheat is removing the black chef from its packaging.
Chris Harrison, host of The Bachelor, has announced he is stepping away. Every NFL stadium, you're going to see phrases like "end racism."
Tonight we know the Dixie Chicks are dropping the Dixie.
The village of Hempstead renamed Main Street Black Lives Matter Way.
We will now kneel for our moment of
Worst production of Lion King ever. But more than cutesy-clawed calisthenics and some long overdue brand readjustment came another
people need to listen. White people should listen to African Americans. White people need to listen.
We are listening. I am listening. Now it's time for us to have ears to hear.
My curative magic is at your disposal.
I've been using mine for talking. Two at a time. I like to hear fucking like I like my Pink Floyd albums in stereo. Yeah, we changed it from rehearsal for the truth. I got a bit of a tickle out of that. Apparently, this racial issue that so excites America has just been solved. So the black people are trapped on that. Okay, white people. Here's
This is the harsh reality for Black people in America today. That we are expected to participate in democracy while receiving conditional citizenship in return.
Determines what kind of school that you go to. Determine what kind of food you can eat. These are the messages of enslavement. So they say, why do you burn down something so they can burn down their own neighborhood? It's not ours. We don't own anything. It's amazing. Why we keep loving this country, and this country doesn't love us back.
And this stuff is hard to hear. But these are tough conversations. And I would probably have more hope in its impact on our culture if those same exact sentiments hadn't already been conveyed to white people over and over and over. Like 1 year earlier on the Breakfast Club.
They never addressed the primary problems of black folk. Our primary problem is not social integration, etc. Right? The problem is not too different. You can see the places.
Viola Davis at a Stern show in 2015.
The only thing that separates women of color from anyone else is opportunity.
Or in the 90s, when Sister Soldier explained this directly to Bill
We
Clinton
mustn't allow ourselves to become
Larry
complacent. Take trials.
Happening in America is not what white people say, but what they do. Their policies, their actions.
See, white people are pretending that this problem is new, and we're just hearing about it now because we love to discover stuff that's already existed.
I suppose we walked away from
Now there's a house of my
What am I supposed to do?
America! Where did you come from? First,
Our homecoming is at hand. Do not let up your guard.
Dang, that's a rum still.
many times,
I quite agree.
See, there's a white man in this room that would change places with me, and I'm rich. You got a 400-year head start, motherfucker. See, the black man got a plan to get something that the white man could walk to. A black C-student can't even be the manager of Burger King. Meanwhile, the white C-student just happens to be the president of the United States of America. It's very good Canadian.
This ladder looks sturdy enough to climb.
Maybe you don't want to hear about our racial divide.
We ought to put it to
and
good
be
use.
funny. Would you rather black people invent an entire genre of music just to explain it to us? Others of the country never cared for me. They get my hands in
Greetings.
the
Well, here we conduct all manner of procedures pertaining to vocations. To his automatic.
Well, you know what? It's wonderful that white people are finally ready to sit back and listen. But damn, the black people speaking out now are just sampling the classics.
Racism is so deeply embedded into the fabric of the society.
Thank you, Andrew. James Baldwin went all the way to England to explain it because he wanted to do it at white people headquarters.
It comes as a great shock to discover that the country, which is your birthplace, and to which you owe your life and your identity, has not in its whole system of reality evolved any place for you.
For fuck's sake, Frederick Douglass told white people, the rich inherit justice, liberty, prosperity, and independence. What is bequeathed by your fathers is shared by you, not by me. He said that in 1852. And now, 170 years later, suddenly we're like, hey,
Commence our search without delay.
you
Where
seem
to
upset.
first?
We're still cool, all right? Did we do something? Black people have given us step-by-step instructions through the centuries. We didn't even do that with the electric slide. By the way, 3 steps and then you bet. I don't want to get into it. And you see that with all that, the wealth gap, worse now. Home ownership, worse now. Segregation, worse now. On average, a white high school graduate is wealthier than a black college graduate. Forget about them telling you even the stark facts.
No purchases to be made today, I see.
Black Americans should understand that if they study and work hard, they will likely succeed.
Bullshit.
Just not as much as white people who don't study as hard. We have been told over and over and over again by black people
Hey, bro.
that this country
Hold on. Guess who said this? Look, listen to this.
You should understand that white high school
Guess who said this? Take a guess.
graduate is wealthier than a black college graduate. Forget about them telling you even the stark facts don't seem to matter. Black Americans should understand that if they study and work hard, they will likely succeed
This guy said that.
in this country. Just not as much as white people who don't study as hard. We have been told over and over and over again by black people that this country has never resolved the original sins of slavery and segregation. But the response to that is always,
If Barack Obama can make it as the son of a single white mom, then so can everybody else.
Oprah Winfrey is perhaps the best example of a talented person who made it on her own in America.
Well, LeBron James is a great American success story.
how can America be racist if Cleveland has a championship? People tell us, or how many times they say it, it lands on deaf ears. Because a large swath of white America believes that black Americans are solely responsible for their community struggle. And the bias is so pervasive, we don't even notice it. Crack. Who's responsible?
Want to do pizza tonight, or do you want something else?
Something else. I said you wanted something crazy in my head. I'm thinking about getting a cheeseburger from downstairs.
Everyone be.
crack has become the new franchise, the chemical that does. You want to get high, you see the guys in the gangs, in the red and blue outfits.
Let me guess. You want chicken?
Or on crack.
Sorry. Sorry, I'm just doing the race thing. I was like, oh, let me guess. Chicken?
Afford to ignore the hopelessness represented by gangs, but now we're afraid it will affect our schools, our kids, our streets. It's as innocent looking as candy, but it's turning our cities into battle zones, and it's murdering our children.
Oh, yeah, C-SPAN.
What kind of fucking candy do you eat?
Government.
We have the giant avocado. He said.
Okay.
Now, this is not to downplay at all the effects of the crack epidemic. But we are currently in the midst of an equally corrosive opioid epidemic. Although that affects a slightly different everyone. And how is that portrayed?
America's addiction to opioids is playing out right down the street. Every type of person you can imagine. Successful people, funny people, moms, dads, grandparents, injured
And
athletes,
one with
cancer
pepperoni.
patients, war veterans. Chances are greater than ever
'Cause-
you know someone directly affected. Why are opioids so hard to quit?
Well, that's fucking easy. It links opioid receptors and inhibits an enzyme that I'm not going to get into it right now. But the point is, it's on purpose. And the people who made it that way only had to pay a fine. But that's drugs. I'm sure poverty doesn't have the same empathy gap.
Inner city is a polite name for ghetto, as in black ghetto.
Oh. Oh, yeah, I gave you my fucking keys.
And that's the award-winning PBS journalist. So, just out of curiosity, why is the black ghetto poor?
Intelligent Americans know. It is the collapse of the traditional family that is wreaking havoc in the African American community. 72% of black babies are born to single mothers. If they would start talking about the responsibilities of fatherhood,
Dependency on welfare was breaking up black families.
The breakdown of the black family. And
Wow, that's just a lot of bunch of racist white folks. On Fox News. That's it. Thank you, Fox News, for being a dick. Huh? What the fuck, dudes? Two dickness. Dickhood.
Oh, the Johnsonville cheddar brats.
Okay. Those are good.
Yeah.
Johnsonville is always good.
Because I got it for $2.99. That's why I said go for those.
Do I need to get a scan? Not scan them or something?
You probably do. Bring your phone with you, please.
Okay.
Just in case. So big avocados, not the small ones.
Big ones.
They don't have a sign saying that sell it for 99 cents. Those are the real big ones.
Okay.
They're avocado oil for our hair. And it's only like they'll make those two together only make enough to last us about a month. That'd be good enough considering it's just it's $2 to make enough for both our heads. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm trying to see if there's anything else that was on sale that was decent. When we get there, just give me a call because I'm not sure. That was about it. What I saw.
Check it. Hey, come on down to racism.
Just give me a call.
Oh, keys.
Oh. That's what I came in. That's what I'm playing for. No, I handed you the keys back earlier. Bro, I said it on your head.
Oh, shit.
Wherever you had on earlier, when I came in, I set the keys on your head. You put your arm back. I put it in your arm.
I put it on my right here.
And check in the drops and stuff because you know you drop them in there and then we crazy.
One thing, racism. Always.
So what you about to go get?
Let's see.
A burger, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Racism. Always your friend. Nice cheeseburger.
still cheddar fries. Yeah. No, it should be on sale for $2.99 with the card. Okay. That's it. There's the 2 avocados. All right. That's it. I'll see what it is. Send more others. Yeah. All right. All right. Thank you. Making avocado oil from scratch.
I'm covered. Got you some euros. Bought mine. I keep $1 for my own money. Get the tea. Okay. Oh, hey, get $30. Get 10.
I do care. See, I know you understood already.
And 10 cents.
These are the large ones?
Yeah. It's a jumbo.
Okay.
I got the Rockers. I got the Rockers. You dropped it out. So. You said Rockers. I had to double check. You hear me? I had to call you and double check. I said, okay, let me double check which Johnsonville Rockets he talked about, right? Oh. I dare you to rob. I dare you to drop kicks 5 cops. 5 cops? Hell no. What? Why not? You won't go to jail. I know it.
Oi, friend.
If a friend tell you to go punch a cop, would you do it?
From the tell of it, their lair lies
For real?
somewhere along the western road.
Say for real?
Be careful. Losing my wares for good would make me sore. But no.
Huh? You say what? I said, if a friend told you to go drop kick a cop, would you do it? Okay, you got more balls than me, brother.
Sack of gold compared to a fellow life, eh?
Am I right? I choose not to fire a cop. Why is that? You know, it's the usual things. I'm black. I'm black. I ain't stupid. And I live in, I don't have no passport to other countries yet. I would do it. I would do it when I have the passport for other countries. Right?
Welcome. Should you so desire,
yeah.
I can help you find your truest. Hope to see you again.
They would say, hey man, why are you, hey, I'll pay you $1 million to punch a cop. Okay. Let me think about it. Don't have a passport. Let's see. No. What? Dude, you get $1 million. Yeah. But no. To punch a cop, you must have, I need more than $1 million. What do you need? A passport from any country I choose? They say, any country you choose? Dude. What? You think someone's gonna, you punch a cop and you go to jail? Yeah. Why you say that? Because I'm black. Am I right? You gotta think as a black man. Would you do it? Or would you?
I want to. Some days I don't want.
They're looking at me and say, man, he's smart. Hey guys, I'm here to go punch a cop. Some guy gave me $1 million. I'll be looking at that guy. You are a smart man. But in my real self saying,
I've had enough. Clear off. And don't come back till you're...
But I've got the coin.
Where is it then, eh?
Tis
Wait,
uncommon.
hold up. They say, wait a minute, second. You said if you punch a cop, come on, what bad could happen? I'll go to jail. You got the $1 million.
Well, toxic inner city culture.
Inner city. Excuse me. The politically correct phrase is black ghetto. Good day.
True.
By the way, how do we portray poverty in the outer city?
Ruggedly beautiful and deeply poor Appalachia for decades has struggled.
People here have struggled more and more as their factories have shuttered and their coal mines have closed. It's been a slow, painful trip of job losses for decades. You guys want to create a job that actually could provide for your family. And the despairs of those made people to feel a lot more stressed. So that low self-worth, along with that hopelessness feeling, we start seeing tremendous depression. So how do you relieve depression? You relieve it with drug use, alcohol use.
White people are poor and do drugs because something has been done to them. Black people are poor and do drugs because they don't just get up and do something. Everything that happens is viewed through that filter. What started as peaceful protest, evolving into something beyond that.
An explosion of violence today.
This is not what we want people to see of the city of Philadelphia.
Makes perfect sense. How would you like people to see the city of Philadelphia?
The Eagles' victory touched off a wild celebration in Philadelphia.
The celebration quickly got rowdy. Fans pulled down traffic lights.
The awning in front of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel collapsed.
Would you be willing to lend me some
And
gold?
tipped over
I
cars.
swear you're...
Well, looks like everybody had a good time there last night.
Oh, many thanks. I shall repay you an
Traffic
honor.
lights.
The awning in front of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel collapsed.
Started fires and tipped over cars.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like
Hear
everybody had a good
this.
time there last night.
Hear this. Hear the difference. They say, hear this. When a Philadelphia had a Eagle will win the game championship, they riot. Right?
Yeah.
Wait a second. Did Chicago Bulls have any riots back then? The Blackhawks didn't have a riot.
Not you again. But, well, my thanks.
He seems like
I've brought you a gift.
They're saying, oh,
And thus, the problem with white people.
Excellent find.
I was going to stop for a second and pose so you can get your memes out. Okay, there we go. Get a good picture for your clickbaits. For however sincerely we want to reckon and listen, the truth is America has always prioritized white comfort over black survival. Black people have had to fight so hard for equality that they've been irreparably set back in the pursuit of equity. And any real attempt to repair a ton of that damage, reparation, sets off white people's "they're coming for our shit" alarm, which we would know ourselves had we actually been listening.
My people, white people, have a very, very serious problem. And they should start thinking about what they can do about it. Take me out of it.
Understood.
One day I'm going to have...
product done good. So thank you for joining us for the program tonight. So here's the thing, though. We have to begin the show. I have this urgent news. And unfortunately, it is not particularly
A brief respite
of the
from
good variety.
Right now, we're facing a man-made disaster of global scale, climate change. The first real catastrophic effects of climate change will be felt by 2040. If we don't do something about it, it is the end of the world as we know it.
It might be of use.
Am I the only one whose first instinct was to go, and I feel fine? You know, I would go into we didn't start the fire, but I think we did actually start the fire.
We have no
So I can't do that.
our enemies'
So it's here, it's the end of the world as we know it. What changes can we expect from this?
Historic, record-breaking drought.
Record-breaking rains, epic flooding, a number of tornadoes.
This seems a decent spot for a campsite. Surely a rest can wait till after we've examined our surroundings.
We are digging our own graves.
And in this heat. 130 degrees and we're digging our own grave. By the way, digging your own grave is the most popular exercise in New Jersey.
Naught like a feast to get you ready for bed. Agreed. We ought to give ourselves a chance to recover before we continue on our journey.
So, judging from our first two soundbite packages, we're fucked. So that's the end of us. Is there anything we can do?
Small changes to your daily routine can reduce your carbon footprint and help save the earth.
Reduce your carbon footprint. Cut your carbon footprint.
Stop doing things that leave a large carbon footprint.
Well, that sounds reasonable. How do we reduce our carbon footprint, thus saving the earth?
Riding your bike to work instead of driving.
Defend themselves when grappled like this.
I'd love to help. I actually fly to work in a jet made of Hummers. But, that's really a beautiful jet. But all right, ride your bike to work. Earth saved.
Just by wearing your clothes for 9 months longer, it can reduce your carbon footprint.
9 months longer than what?
Stunking?
Joey t-shirt under this sweater since my prom. All right. Ride your bike. Never change your clothes. Earth saved.
There's one really easy thing you could do to green your life, and that's not have a child.
What the fuck?
Well then, who exactly are we saving the earth for? Just us? Does we're all just be 70? Like, this is nice. Got a lot of room. I gotta tell you, the urgency of the problem versus the scale of what we are being told to do doesn't really seem.
Shall we see if there's aught to be
Check out this
found?
green carbon footprint type icon here. Reminder to turn off at least half the lights.
What the fuck is going on here? You're telling us the world is ending. The temperature's going up 1 trillion degrees. We're all going to be underwater and on fire at the same time. But all you need to do is right now.
You're soaked. Do try not to touch water.
Planted behind data that reducing your carbon footprint is the way out of this situation. What size is your carbon footprint?
You would have us press on without delay. By your mannerisms.
Little does our fellow realise how narrowly they escape Stepp's touch.
I quite agree.
I don't want to be a conspiracy guy. Go all tinfoil out of people, but something appeared on the screen. I just want to see if we can we get that back on the screen and enhance it, or I don't know if that's a watermark or something, but it's something that almost suggests like it's a oil company. It almost resembles a logo of the petroleum company of the British Corporation. We can feel like it's huge. We don't be fine. Maybe it's because
Pull back. Now revealing my objects. Wait a minute. Forgive me, Risen. I shall see to it this does not happen again.
And then, even when we came up with solutions to the fossil fuel problem, like wind energy, oil companies gave money to folks who make commercials like this one.
Wind power, the energy of the future. But there's a catch. Wind power kills birds.
It's okay, take a laugh. The bird that was killed in that footage was kind of fun.
I would have preferred not to have to fight so soon, but at least I know I'm up to the challenge. We must not let down our guard. I will finish this here and now.
Not compared to the thrill of history. One cannot help but feel indomitable.
We mustn't allow ourselves to become complacent. Take each trial as it comes.
There's like 8 billion of us now. You gorillas are sitting there going, yes,
Letting the enemy gain the upper hand. Learning everything gets the world, as they say.
I will protect you.
Have I dated myself? The gorillas oftentimes spend time in the red. You shouldn't. Fossil fuels power our comfort and convenience. And the fact that they may also be the architect of our intended doom probably won't get us to change our ways. Truth is, we're not a sacrifice to the greater good kind of species.
may have noticed during these recent and perhaps coming international corona conditions.
Okay. Shall we proceed into the depths? Tread carefully. One never can be too cautious. Understood.
Tonight I can just leave the hospital and carry the exposed people to prepare them.
Have you forgotten something, officers? Looking rather lost.
Angrily lashed out at our lack of preparation in the middle of a preventable and urgent echo while eating tacos inside of Sherman. We just want to know that in the mini fridge, the makeup vanity that cools our skincare products, that it works. Yeah, I said it. We refrigerate our skincare products. Because guess what? This doesn't just happen. This doesn't just happen These peptides got to be. So we're going to need our politicians to act now and to act quickly. Just like they've been saying they would for decades.
That was outstanding. What do you say so myself?
Kyoto is a genuine turning point.
What we have achieved in Copenhagen will not be the end, but rather the beginning. We are determined to succeed here in Paris. To let this be done. We introduce this law here in Glasgow.
Made that during the call. Eric Scott, President of the United States, was a historic moment. Put his foot down. Fortunately, that foot was on a gas pedal.
President Biden revealing the administration will now tap into the strategic petroleum reserves, the nation's emergency supply, to help bring down gas prices.
Son of a gun!
This is generally used as a material.
The most progressive climate
I'm sure we'll find purpose for it in due time.
You're
well fond of picking things up,
Daddy
aren't you?
boy. Daddy like a dirty.
We ought to keep watch, lest we be set upon from behind. Naught can threaten us if we watch each other's backs.
And then, of course, plunge back into it, then re-emerge, and then it's emotionally alive.
We should be able to move this boulder with our combined minds. Shall we set it rolling? Here we go again. This battle cannot be lost. Just fight and die.
I love having I consider myself in this way to be a taxi cab drivers and cops and firefighters and waiters and waitresses and the men and women with calluses on their hands. Working man with calluses on his hands. Men and women with calluses on your hands. Men and women with calluses on their hands. Calluses on their hands.
When times are short, what don't you say?
Although I'm pretty sure they don't always feel the love.
First of all, man, you know,
I need health care for surgery if it comes up. I need assistance to pay my rent. After 25 and a half years, I make $8.95 an hour. Student loans will probably delay me ever buying a house with my fiance. I dropped out of college. I had to. I couldn't afford it. I don't get paid maternity leave.
Work 7 days a week. Now I can't afford to retire because of health care.
I need childcare. Like, I need my next breath. I have 2 degrees. I have student loans and bachelor's degrees and 14 years experience. I should not have to come out for food. I'm living paycheck to paycheck. If I live in a country that says it's number one, why do I feel like, I'm at the bottom of the barrel?
It turns out that hardworking Americans aren't doing that great. Anybody know what might help them?
Single payer health care, government paid child care,
College, government healthy food, early education, child education, universal child care, guaranteed job for everyone. With a family-sustaining wage, adequate family and medical leave, paid vacations and retirement.
I cannot let myself go without.
Man, that is totally unexpected. But you all are dead right. This is exactly what we need to do in this country. But I sense the tone in your voice. Why aren't we doing those things?
That's not socialism. I'm not sure what is.
Every socialist wish list item.
Socialist and globalist wish list. Socialist fantasy paradise for all.
Right. So there it is. We cannot give our hard-working, leather-handed heroes their basic needs.
Some masters rearrange their party at the drop of a hat. One such arisen dismissed me after only half a day's service.
Each to their own.
The problem with the economy. Now, if you've ever listened to AM radio in your uncle's van, you know socialism not good.
The moment America becomes a socialist country is the moment that America ceases to be America.
The United States of America, they're all doing soul-crushing socialist system. I mean, hello, Venezuela.
They want to pay. They want to pick up drop. They want your money.
Thanks. I forgot. You're a socialist, so.
And they're being so descriptive, but I just wish I could Take a break. Very gently. Get my dictionary. Got there. So we know that socialism is evil.
You've been doused in oil. You must steer clear of fire.
Socialism affair. Oh, not at all. Because what does socialism do? It allows the government to choose winners and losers. And that is one of the things that we as conservatives fight against. We want a level playing field.
First of all, your blazer has magnificent buttons. I'm quite superficial. So socialism is bad because it's the government picking the winners and losers. And there's nothing worse than that. Not spiders with wings, not grandma kitty punching.
We're all of different vocations, aren't we? Our respective abilities are unique as well. I see it as a glad thing. We are well poised to supplement each other's strengths.
Get your shit together and keep Uncle Sam's sweet teeth out of your dirty fucking loser mouth. Uncle Sam wants you to leave these bad boys alone. There's only one problem. And that is, government picks winners and losers all the time.
The White House gives an early Christmas present to Detroit's automakers, a $17 billion loan. The airline industry has gotten a $50 billion lifeline, $23 billion incentive package for Amazon.
JP Morgan Chase got $25 billion. Chrysler got some $7 billion. $700 billion of your taxpayer money to Wall Street big banks. The tuna company, Starkist Plus, gets the $62 million tax credit.
Wisconsin is giving Foxconn $3 billion.
The state offered more than $845 million for Apple to build right where I'm standing right now. I got the Apple. I got it. I'm the last one who's very fair. All of it. I'll see myself out.
Yeah, I'm in a cave.
The drive by John Stewart himself. Who else would it be? Great, it's nice to see you. I love your aquarium. Thank you, exactly. We can go start now. Yes. So I'm going to ask you, it's a big thing in the news.
Water is nigh invisible in this gloom. No few times has an overconfident step soaked my boots. Ah, yes. That sounds familiar.
Speculation. So there are people who say, yes, you have to indict him because he has in fact broken the law, and there are other people who say this is going to turn him into a martyr. This is his path to redemption. Sure. How do you think about it?
Oh, the law should always take into account someone's popularity. I think that's. I mean, what's happened to our country? It's as though you can't even anymore.
Shall we see if there's all to be found while we're here?
You can't inflate the value of your properties when you need a loan and then deflate it with taxes. I mean, the next thing you know, they're going to send you to jail instead of your lawyer and your accountant and your campaign manager and everyone else around you. The idea that someone may face accountability who's that rich and powerful is outrageous, and this country shouldn't stand.
But what if it turns out to be his get out of jail as it just stops? People will see him as a martyr.
Okay,
I would agree with that. I become president again.
You could become president anyway. We either have the rule of law or we have no rule of law. The rule of law does not take into account if that might make you a martyr to somebody. I'd much rather have the conversation be, what is the law? What exactly are we saying that his lawyer went to jail for the same situation for a couple of years? So what is the
out
law?
of the cave?
The reason people who say it's selective prosecution, that this was not
everything is selective prosecution. The reason why and the reason why these populists is that the citizenry have become fed up with the lack of accountability for those in power. We have no accountability in our financial systems. We have no accountability for the bankers.
There's a ladder.
Congress
excellent
actually stops with information they get making law, and they do it to great success. And they won't stop it because they're the ones in charge of making the law about it. And instead of
I've just recalled a little tidbit I heard from the locals regarding the Vermundian military, yes?
Surrounds our government,
indeed.
Financial system.
Tell it, there's been a shift in the chain of command.
The definition of corruption.
Good tidings. How fares your retrieval of those
rather than holding people accountable, they just went, how about this? Okay, why don't we just say this?
You have procured an arch most excellent. You may now change, however, if you wish to wish.
Don't think it's going to.
Good tidings.
Don't worry about it. You can influence pedal as long as you don't explicitly say.
Marvelous. You may now change your vocation as desired. What's more, I beg that.
have to lay out.
That was certainly worthwhile.
That is what has
A laudable result. Just what I would expect from
We'll
a
have the system.
It is vital that we rest and regain our strength before moving on.
That conversation. Should we not? It's like, oh, but he's popular, and then it might make him more popular, but not less popular. Did he do something wrong? What was it? Explain that to us. What is the law that he supposedly violated?
Well, we will soon forget the fatigue of a long journey when preaching.
We must rest.
Going to jail.
Though the sun is still
don't
up.
even care. I just want a system that somehow finds a consistent accountability. So, in many ways, you, at least for me, you created or defined American political satire. How has that changed? I mean, it feels to me like the stuff you did, you know, the showing the video and then commenting, it's become, it's everybody does it, and it's not even comics.
I feel refreshed and ready for a new day. Come, we've much to be getting on with.
Shall we get underway?
It's always good to harm the most cynical and the worst people in media. But you look at it and say now this whole thing is commoditized. Well, it was commoditized. You know, I wasn't doing it out of racial altruism or self-Budweiser. It's always been commoditized. I think it's...
Must we run everywhere? You are an impatient one, Arisen.
Let us endeavour to keep up, though we are less fleet of foot, and rather unwieldy
Well, they've always talked about, you know, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. But it doesn't bend towards justice by gravity. Like, you have to bend it. And there's a bunch of people trying to bend it back. And you use every tool in your arsenal.
Come take a look.
None of them...
You'll be glad you did.
You know, the one thing. There is no panacea. It takes, you know, all those different things doing in Washington over these past few years gave me a great understanding of how things actually get done incrementally and sometimes in one fell swoop. But our country is held together by hundreds of really talented legislative aides. Their bosses, many times, are wind-up dolls. Really don't know. I mean, half of it, if you go down there, especially the Senate, is like an assisted living facility. Like, the intramural sports in the Senate. So, you know, it's held together by these legislative aides that are relentlessly trying to do the right thing, and by the thousands of grassroots activists that are trying to get access. And they're blocked by a vote of lobbyists and moneyed interests that prevent the people in that building from doing the work that best benefits all the people outside of it. And that's the process. So you have to use every tool you have to permeate that force.
Always a pleasure.
I do so enjoy stocking up on supplies. The longer the journey, the more supplies we'll require. I quite agree.
Welcome to good qualities what you need if you want to survive.
There you go. What I'm saying is that the force field around it is made up of not honest people. It's money interests, it's lobbyists, it's people who are weaponizing misinformation and disinformation, and all of those form. It's the most cloistered, you give it a key on
So before you check the price, just remember, hope to see you again.
Might as well take a look while you're here, eh?
We meet again. Would you care to stay and talk a moment? I'm glad. Sit down, won't you?
That's for the state of New Jersey. Between the Jersey paraphernalia and the Star Wars books, I'm in Jersey nerd heaven. I very much enjoy.
Don't forget this response.
I see him waving. He's like the elf on the shelf.
Yes.
But with logic.
Yes.
Not magic.
Yes.
So I think that's a good way to go. Thank you for joining and sitting down with us.
I'm rather
I
fond
want to
of
explain a little bit about kind of why we're here, what we
I
did.
imagine a city could be
So the show is about when
excitement, so
after George Floyd,
alive.
there was a real sense in the country that, hey, is there a problem here? Did we do something to black people that would make them upset, or were there things? And white people realized in this moment, it's time to listen. All of the news organizations, it's time we sit. White people need to sit back and listen. So what we did is we ran back from the time of George Floyd all the way back to the federal
How could
government.
I? In all my life, I've hardly left
Be
the house.
amazed at
My mother is quite oft did I long for a
James
taste.
Baldwin,
My mother has always
Chris
procured
Rock,
things I covered
Sister
for me,
Soldier,
so which reminds me, I fear I cannot
This is
repay
a
the full
system
sum. Pray,
designed
take this for now. My apologies, friend. Thank you for indulging me. I do.
And black people don't feel as much a part of it. They are separate from the way this country was designed, and
This
not
ladder looks sturdy enough to climb.
to benefit.
We ought to
And
put
that's
it to good use.
from all the way through. So the premise was, maybe this isn't a conversation where black people need to teach white people, because they've been pretty consistent over time.
First
Maybe we need to
impressions
have
count for
conversations.
much. If you like, I can recommend you a new hairstyle or manner of face paint.
Why is every gain met with resistance, man? If you look at those pictures from Little Rock, boy, those are the same angry faces that you see from Boston during buses. So we had a conversation with some activists who are trying to have that conversation with white people, and Andrew Sullivan, who has obviously a different view. And the conversation with white people, I can tell you, yes, it got heated fast. So it brings me to the question, and we talked to Senator Scott.
How very charming.
It seems that one of the greatest impediments to creating a more equitable society is two things that we sort of felt really strongly came out of it. One is, at heart, a lot of white people blame black people for the entrenched poverty of areas that were caused by what we would look at as systemic problems, like redlining and the Homestead Act and the GI Bill, where black people were excluded. But they look at it as it's a community that can't get it together. You see it in the news. When they cover Rust Belt poverty, it's and jobs.
Well, might as well take a look while
the opioids and the despair.
you're here.
They cover it in the inner city. It's single parents and crack. Why can't people get it together? So that's the first impediment. The second impediment is resource guarding. Because what they feel is, I work hard, I play by the rules. If you're just going to help them, that's coming out of my pocket. So I just wanted to give you the overview to give you, and with all that being said, the question is, how do you move forward with equity and equal opportunity when the still overwhelming majority of the country believes that that is entitlement, and that there hasn't been, that their lives are worth it. And if you're going to do that, that's coming out of their pocket. And do you agree that that's an issue? There's so many ways I want to start this. Because there has to be all sorts of practical lawmakers trying to get things done that are going to benefit our country and address a lot of these issues. That's a great point, because there's two things. So I'd love to hear your position as an observer of the human condition, and then as a practitioner of the Senate, because those are two very separate things, right? And so, so yes, I really want to get practical, but I want to start with the heart, because this idea that bigotry that is
Stop by again soon.
this country
everything I can show you all around this country, all around the world. You can see what the wars of these nations has been the investments of Americans, in particular to black Americans. Frederick Douglass's work is Home America. He encouraged blacks to fight in the Civil War. As blacks took up arms. As a Jewish person, you are saddled with the idea that you are not a citizen of America or a citizen of the world. You are a citizen of Israel. And you must back their actions or the actions of, and one has nothing to do with the other. One has nothing to do with being Jewish or not being Jewish or whatever it is that people choose on their religion or on their history or on their background. It has to do with in the way that I view governments that don't act on behalf of people that, you know, what has happened in that part of the world is tragic. And unfortunately, I think the biggest problem is it's to nobody's benefit but the Palestinian people that it get resolved. As a Jewish person, you are saddled with the idea that you are not a citizen of America or a citizen of the world. You are a citizen of Israel. And you respect their actions or the actions of, and one has nothing to do with the other. And one has nothing to do with being Jewish or not being Jewish or whatever it is that people choose on their religion or on their history or on their background. It has to do with in the way that I view governments that don't act on behalf of or that, you know, what has happened in that part of the world is tragic. And unfortunately, I think the biggest problem is it's to nobody's benefit but the Palestinian people that it get resolved. As a Jewish person, you are saddled with the idea that you are not a citizen of America or a citizen of the world. You are a citizen of Israel. You must back their actions and the actions of, and one has nothing to do with the other. One has nothing to do with being Jewish or not being Jewish or whatever it is that they choose on their religion or on their history or their backgrounds. It has to do with in the way that I view governments that don't act on behalf of the world that, you know, what has happened in that part of the world is tragic.
Hey, Ted. What happened? Yes. Home. Hold on a second. Can you activate the Ted's talking to me? Can you Bluetooth your onto the headphones? Okay. How you feeling? Okay. Sure. If I were you, I would just talk to the cops. Not the t-shirt. Talk about get the boyfriend out and the drug thing. That's why I say call the cops. Okay, how about this? If I were you, put some military in you, then you and have a clear dog. That's what you need, a clear dog.
but my brother say beat the shit out of the dude. I mean, no. My brother was actually joking. Not, don't literally do it, okay? Just do what I did. Just listen to some music, meditation music, and meditate on it. And then, if you get a chance to catch the guy, take pictures of him bringing drugs into the apartment, you have proof. I talk about down here. I talk about him. Simple. The guy's an idiot. So basically, it would be easy to just take a simple phone picture, and then you could get you got dirt on them. So that basically this is like a personal, blackmail. But I would say just meditate on it, okay? Oh, if he's threatening that, if he's threatening, basically you got to get proof of him threatening your mom. Okay. Okay, I'm going to say this. First, meditate. Listen to music. Listen to some meditation music. Meditate. Then do what I told you. Take a secret photo of him grabbing drugs from his car, and then you have proof for it that the drugs is coming into that one apartment. You understand? Okay, I'll talk to you when you meditate on it, okay? Yeah, I know. But just meditate first, then do what I told you, okay? Okay, talk to you later. Bye. Threatening your mom? Oh, this is threatening his mom?
And unfortunately, I think the biggest problem is it's to nobody's benefit but the Palestinian people that it get resolved.
As blacks took up arms in every war to fight for this country, from Christmas addicts, the first person to die, arguably in America, to fighting that many they did it, right? America to be story trying to make the
I mean, that sounds like such a basic premise of, I mean, they really are based we have a experiment in LF, and here we are getting I'm sorry, the story like and they that progress is being made, though they are under no illusion, right? That we have a long way to go. For me, frankly, I have a column I wrote in as a 22-year-old in Stanford after the Rodney King verdict, right? Where I felt, I literally, the title of the column is "Why Have I Lost Control?" And I just went through all the experiences I had with police and I said a line in there, if I remember correctly, it was something like, unless somebody catches on
back then it was videotape.
Never have I seen such a thing.
And
If we
I
attack
said,
its head off, your DOTs will close.
and it's the cheers in my eyes.
Oh shit.
Change a couple of things today. And so I think out track. And obviously, if you say you can convert that tension into the form of reality, until we show we have
Focus. A moment of indecision to spell out
and so
Might we not use the range to our advantage?
really good. I think actually because it's be free. So it's shot substantial and and segregation cells. So I think that hard to get created these that are putting all
Look at
warehouse potential the whole body, but they don't. And so what they'll say is, so there's always, I call them the buttons, right? So black people are incarcerated at a level disproportionate to not only their role in the population, but to the crimes that they commit. They get stiffer sentences, they get arrested more for the same crimes that white people get on. And if you say that, people go, no, that's true. But so I problem with language like they because it's too generalized. It's reductive. I get that. I try to tell my staff, don't write me a speech where I say the Republicans, right? Because that's whipping up 60 million Americans, 70 million Americans. Right. So let's just be specific. Undeniably, blacks and whites do not use marijuana at different rates. And in fact, young whites have a slightly higher rate of dealing pot. But blacks are about 4% more arrested. And I don't think this is a problem. In 2019, last year, I had data for there were more controlled runner-related arrests than all the violent crime arrests in the month. Right? And disproportionately people of color. I went on college campus, smelled pot in a lot of places. Nobody's raiding those places. Didn't they know a senator was coming by? Doesn't anybody tell them that you're in the building? And they're just like, it'll be fine. It's a big marijuana. It's Senator Booker. Yeah, he's not a big viral. It doesn't matter. So look, what does that mean? Right? If I got arrested for possession of marijuana, I could get a lawyer. I live in a community, low-income, black and brown, majority black and brown community that one arrest devastates the whole family. You don't even have to serve. You don't even have to get convicted. You're away from your job. You're losing your job. You're not making rent. It tumbles people out. And so for that to be heaped upon disproportionately,
at any rate,
anyone else,
the pawns in this party are women and all.
but
yet no
to
two of
not
us are the
recognize
same.
the factual reality that this is an unjust system that is implicating all of us and having a direct effect on all of us. A person who has now has they're in the system. You're now out. They put lateral conflict. Can't get a job. The federal politician would have done economic tension the business or economy separation. It is perfect the self-inflicted right. And so what's the empathy there? It is noting that those folks were facing direct oppression, but it's also affecting your well-being as well. And that's the rub. So how do you make that argument? Because
not shaped.
it makes a good point.
And
So
this is the
you've
result.
got to have two things going here.
Wrought by the hands of brigands.
A lot of
claws of
people, I'm not going to say white people,
We
but
ought
a
to
lot
proceed with caution.
don't recognize that disparity
No sense letting the
as
enemy gain the upper hand. The early
in
dolphin
the
gets the
execution
worm.
of the law. What you're describing, the system you're describing, is happening. It's not something that just came about as a community. It's the design of the system to keep a community without power, without
I could have done no better. Nice of you to say so.
the language. Yes, it's because
You are leaving. Allow me.
designing a system today. It's not today. Okay, let's back up. Do you think that and that in mind, penalizing black people that had been gaining rights and power? I could show you legislative debates after
So close the call offers no solace in victory. What fails to destroy us only enhances our chances of... We've got goblins! We have no means of exploiting our enemy's weakness. The fire must be put out ere our comrade burns. That was superb.
Come to think of it, some masters rearranged their party at the drop of a hat. One such arisen dismissed me after only half a day of service.
Each to their own.
That language was a word. Said, how dare you say,
Stand firm. You are not alone. monsters.
Ooh. Yep, after defeating a fucking troll. Oh, an ogre. I thought it was a fucking troll. I thought it was a fucking troll. It's an ogre. Luckily, there was a bunch of spawns was out in the open that could help.
Goblins, master! Leave it to me. An impressive diversion. Shall I finish them off, Risen? We are at your best when we combine our strength.
Okay, I didn't attack that griffin. Wait, you saw a griffin? Yeah. Never attack. That's one thing never to have when you travel on ox. Griffins.
Look there. I espy another statue. Climbing it will grant a clearer picture of our environment.
So I'm very defensive. I'm thinking right now. I will pull the evidence. Equal exchange. Injections. Stop addiction. I don't care what people say. Wants to say it's based on inject drugs. So I understand that.
Oof. My pack's grown rather heavy. If you feel overburdened, mayhap I could carry something for you. Just yonder looks to be a good spot for harvesting ingredients. Shall we see if there's aught to be found while we're here?
Oh! You've come to a dangerous place. A small force venturing. I'll not stop you if you wish to explore.
There's a haze over my eyes. Can anyone hear me? We need help. I don't want to fall dead. Damn blizzard. Is this going to blow my last? But Sonic!
Fall back, and I will heal you with my magic. Right there. Compares to the thrill of victory.
I am in your...
There is this lack of that empathy.
He's an item of exceptional rarity. I cannot wait to tell my own master of its existence.
Such treasures are seldom found. How exciting! My heart is fit to burst. How many of their ilk must we defeat?
No mercy!
Well done, Master. You have my protection. Our task is...
You're not one of ours. Forgive me. I cannot seem to walk. Would you aid me in reaching the end? This past surveys revealed no such ruin. Could there be a connecting tunnel? This place warrants further search.
We ought to keep watch, lest we be set upon from behind. Naught can threaten us if we watch each other well.
see running around.
If you had a conversation with them, they understand that, again, going through it, that it is wrong that black women die at 4 times the rate in childbirth that white women, even when you control for education and income.
Right.
That is wrong, and they know that that's racial bias.
Right.
But the question is what are you doing about it? Because if it was your wife that died in childbirth unnecessarily, all of us know it would be a driving cause. That's the emblem of the gap.
Right.
It's when your injustice, I own it as my injustice. And we've seen the best, we are where we are today because people of multiple races realize that I may not be a man, I may not be gay, I may not be black, but your cause is my cause, and I will march for it. I'll be beaten for it. Goodman, Cheney, Schwerner, who I mentioned before, will die together for it. That is the best of America. That's the country I love and believe in, is when we all have that.
And do you think do you think those examples you gave are examples of valor and extraordinary behavior? Or do you feel like, because when I hear you say that, it people will say, how can the systems of racism still even have traces? Well, I like to say, like, maybe we don't have racism anymore, but we're still testing positive. Antibodies of the systems that we built on. Everything to me is the pandemic.
Every day there are millions of acts of kindness, decency, and love going on that will never make wow, because that doesn't sell.
Right.
It doesn't sell. Van Jones and Newt Gingrich were on Crossfire. Brene Brown says something beautiful. You can't hate up close and pull people in.
Right.
And they said they found out they had things in common. So they went to the producers and said, give us a segment at the end called Ceasefire. And they said, okay, guess what? Right? After a handful of shows, they pulled it down because the ratings were going down. I'm sorry.
We should get that show canceled.
But let me tell you that. So this brings us to outreach sells. Yes, but like the goes on every day. I see it. Why are we high school who graduated 50 years ago still involved in a school that now is all black and helping kids with everything from scholarships to uniforms and instruments? Right. I could give you just in my.
So let's go to the practical then, because I think this gets to the point. The reason why I wanted to talk to you.
Forgive me. I didn't. You're the Uriz. We were hoping to reclaim our village. We fled when the dragon attacked. Some easier said than done, clearly. What are we to do? But may please, sir.
Sorry, Bandmaster. Be on your guard. We ought to proceed with caution. Where the Saurian? Flame will accomplish little against this foe.
Don't let them get better at you.
We'd best report back.
Is the deed done, good Uriz? We shall all be able to return to. I dare say we'll have this place livable. I cannot thank you enough. If you happen to pass by, I should like for you to see this place as.
A fine job, your merry band. What say we visit again anon to see how the village fares in the aftermath?
You have my support.
Might I interest you in my humble wares?
Much obliged, sir. Not buying? That's just as well. Better to be selective than wasteful. The Arisen is... ever prudent in the application of coin.
Senator Scott,
We've made it then.
I look at the House of Representatives as how far we've come. It's much more reflective of the reality of the diversity of our population, whether it be LGBT or Q, or diversity of religion or of color or of gender. If the House of Representatives
you will soon forget the fatigue of a long journey when treated to the...
We must rest. Though the sun is...
feels like a legacy of power and systems.
There's a ladder here.
Set in
We ought to
the
put it to
1870s,
good
with two
use.
black Panthers. Now there's three. And one of them, we're not so sure about if he's staying with in Georgia. So, you know, there is the Senate is affirmative action for old white dudes. But let me get to the point. Yes.
I've just
so
recalled a little tidbit
Senator
I heard
Scott
from the
and Senator Booker.
If you refer to
Two
changes in
extraordinary
language
stories,
makeup,
maybe of the kind that we don't hear enough about. But clearly, there's a lot in common in your stories, and if you look at the prescriptions for what to do about the racial problem, there's a lot of commonality of policy as well.
Indeed. Tell is,
Both
there's
of
been
your
a shift in the chain of command.
wouldn't have this interview with the other one present, right? Which there's some wisdom in that. Why is that?
Because at the end of the day, I want Tim to continue to be a great partner. And it is too easy for media that wants to focus on the conflict between the two of us.
But that's not, this wasn't about conflict. One of the reasons was we found
I'm
so
sure we'll
much
find purpose for it in due time.
and I was surprised at how well you aligned with each other. And we thought, what a great way to show, right, these two gentlemen, on the opposite side of the political spectrum, one considered very conservative, one considered very liberal, and yet with an understanding of history and grace, and profoundly pragmatic. And we could not permeate the political divide to get the two of you even in the same.
So two things. One is Tim and I have done public events together. I've done media sit down next to folks of a lot of different of the other part. I don't want you to isolate that as like this particular moment.
You don't think it's a meaningful.
I don't think it's indicative of the fact that Tim and I, we talk about, we both want to go on the road. Seriously. We've talked like a vaudeville thing. We don't have that in us. We don't have that gene like you do to make people laugh. We talk about the power in what we have in common, and speaking points, especially in the black community. Look, Tim has been my best partner.
Right. But then why not demonstrate that? Or is it something that you felt like you guys could demonstrate with me?
No, so this is the point. I think that you need to...
The number of those who seek out this tavern in the hope of an audience with, should you continue to display such valor, the day will soon come when it slips my mind.
our task is complete.
There is much we ought to tend to, if we are to strengthen your Majesty's claim as a true arisen. You will need to infiltrate the palace to gather evidence of Deez's misdeeds. I have attempted to do the same through my own channels before now. Would that I could undertake the task myself. What say you, Your Majesty?